it is time for us to begin the year 2023 with a great start. We would personally like to thank each and every one of you for your valuable time. And on that note, let's get more energy in the room and kickstart with this wonderful event. To get more energy, of course, I believe that all of us out here, the leaders, the dignitaries, our eminent guests of honor, deserve a warm round of applause. So why don't we just clap for one another and begin this wonderful event. So very good morning, everyone. Firstly, welcome to the 5th edition of Exchange for Media's TV First Conference, The Power of Big Screen, presented by Times Network, co-partnered by Media Smart. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, in the industry for over a decade, hosting landmark events, and it's my honor to associate with the Exchange for Media group on this wonderful event. The theme of this year's conference is television, the power of big screen. Well, with the increasing growth in new age media and substantial shift in the medium, television is still the first choice for marketers and consumers, if you all may agree. As per the survey, about 57% respondents claim that online streaming services have not impacted their television viewing habits, signifying that TV is still a dominant medium. 69% prefer to watch the current T20 World Cup on TV. Daily consumption of TV has increased to 3.5 hours in 2022 as compared to 3 hours in 2020. 29% used the internet to surf social media, 23% used it for chatting and for watching, downloading videos, and 8% for video calling. E4M TV First Conclave brings together country's leading advertisers, brand leaders to discuss how TV, even today, is the best mass communication medium and how synthetic media can be incorporated with TV, and can digital media and TV survive together by incorporating digital media in television. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let's get geared up for a great day ahead. And I would encourage all of you, since all of you would have a presence on social media, we'd request you to kindly hashtag E4M TV First as one word being our hashtag. So keep tweeting, keep sharing what you learn from today, keep applauding for one another. And on that note, I'd like to once again thank all our partners. First up, the presenting partner being Times Network, Now or Nothing, and partner being Star Sports, and our co-partner being Media Smart, integrating consumer journeys across screens, unified programmatic platform. On that note, let's have a look at the audio visuals. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I'd like to thank Times Network, Media Smart, and Star Sports. Could we give them once a big round of applause for partnering with us and making this all happen? Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it is now my honor to invite none other than Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, founder E4M, for the welcome address and sharing his insights for today. Let's give him a warm, warm welcome as we invite Dr. Anurag Batra.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be at the Prime Time Summit, which is Exchange for Media's TV Advertising Summit. And in the evening, we have the TV Advertising Awards. We have a pioneer of TV advertising in Mr. Sam Balsara here, both as a client pre-1986. He built brands using the power of TV advertising. And then in the last 3 decades plus with Madison working with clients, our keynote speaker, Anuj, again, he believes in the power of TV advertising and invests in TV. I don't have to evangelize the advantages of TV advertising to this audience because you believe in TV advertising. Internet is growing, digital is growing, influencer marketing is growing, programmatic is growing. All that is happening. But as our MC said, TV continues to be the most trusted form of advertising. And again, I'm reiterating what some of the speakers and Sam may and Anuj may say. One is the TV advertising. You take any market, you take any research, not done by broadcasters and TV platforms, the TV is the most trusted advertising medium. It builds and enhances trust. Second is, ultimately you want brand building and sales both. TV is possibly one of those mediums that does both brand building and sales effectively. These days, we all are screenagers. We're doing multiple things on our screen. TV advertising, for most part, is a full screen experience. It does not split your screen into multiple screens, and your ads are not fighting for screen space. Also, in spite of the growth of digital and every other medium, TV is still a huge audience. The larger challenge for TV broadcast and news broadcasters is how to grow the already existing audience. Also, TV advertising effectiveness and results can be tracked. There is advertising rating mechanism systems. There is audience rating mechanism systems. Also, TV advertising overnight makes small brands into big brands. Also, TV ads benefit from second screening or multiple screenings. Now, let me also say the validation of TV advertising working is all the D2C brands and all the digital first brands in the last 3 years went on to television. Some of it is because the founders, like Vanity, they want to be big boys, so to say. But most of it is also to the fact that if you want to do long-term brand building, TV is still the most credible, trusted, and effective medium. I must also focus, traditionally when I was in advertising 26 years back, the average advertising spend was 8%. Even for large, mature businesses, advertising spends are still between 5 to 8%, mostly more than 4%, going up till 10%. In the last 3 years, most startups invested anything between 14% to 27% because they were at an early stage of their journey. Even if you took an average spend of 6%, a company that is 5,000 crores of turnovers spends 300 crores on advertising, and more than 50% of that goes into television. I stress test that with most. So television advertising still has the mainstay in terms of advertising dollars. Mrs. Sara is there. 15th of Feb, in this room, we have the Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook Survey, and it is just before IPL. And we know that IPL this year went at, record rates between both television and digital. And digital rates were, acquisition of content rates were similar to television, but they were both 20,000 crores. So really, we'll wait to see if cricket, IPL, and TV all can garner advertising money. But as a wise man told me, that cricket has FOMO, brands don't miss television and cricket. So clearly, the next 15 months will be very crucial. The reason I say next 15 months is because there are 3 things that are driving the changes. One is the fact that there is a softening in the world. There is high inflation, and demand in a lot of product categories across the globe has softened. So really, there is a cautious approach to investing. Second is startups over the last 12 months saw a winter of investing. Even in the winter of investing, startups got $45 billion in India investing. But, the expectations are more like 100 billion. So clearly startups and digital only and D2C funded brands in the last 6 to 8 months reduced their advertising and hence TV advertising. And third is the big tech. Again, the big tech spends a lot on television. The big tech seems to have slowed down. It's laying off people. So it's a time of caution. The next 14 months, we'll see India still, while there is a recession expected, India may be the only bright spot in the world to have a lesser impact of recession. So advertising in general may go into more ROI-driven mechanisms, and TV is ROI-driven. As I said, TV creates both advertising sales and long-term brand building. With this background, I don't want to stay between you and the keynote speakers and practitioners of the TV advertising craft. I only want to say that in the evening, we have the Primetime Awards, which is done through a jury process, and we have overwhelming number of the winners coming today to receive awards. I wish you luck, and I know that the TV advertising ecosystem will reinvent itself in terms of audience strategies, in terms of content acquisition strategy, and most importantly, in terms of enhancing brands' ROI by using TV as advertising. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Well, ladies and gentlemen, As you rightly put, it is going to be now our time for a great conversation coming up. Firstly, a very warm welcome to all our dignitaries. We do have them all in the room. Of course, Mr. Balsara brings a lot of joy and great enthusiasm to the industry. We've got such great dignitaries who've taken out their valuable time. Well, on that note, with our first session for the day, which is going to be a fireside chat, it is now my honor to welcome none other than the MD and CEO, Bajaj Electricals Limited, Anuj Podar, joined by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, founder, E4M. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let's welcome both our dignitaries on the stage for a great conversation ahead.
Difficult to silence them. Let me start by asking you, using a veteran of the guys and businesses, what are your thoughts on challenges in media, challenges in advertising, how to build brand?
It's the four big P's that we see, which is the power of reach. By far, it's the largest reach medium. Again, Sam will tell you numbers, but it's a medium that reaches 800 million people. I don't think you have another thing like does that. You have the power of video. Again, advertising, you're trying to tell a story. And a video form is the best form to tell a story, right? A print, a static creative cannot, think of right from the times of the Nirma girl and the little girl and the, Cadbury's, etc. You can't tell a story without a video form. There's a power of video. Third is the power of big screen. Telling a story on that small device, if you're a brand manager, it's never going to convey things with impact like telling a story on a big screen. And last, which is most important, which is where numbers come into play, is the power of efficiency. When I say power of efficiency, you just run the Excel, you run the spot rate, you run the audience, you run the RF on that, you run the measurement, which is third-party independent measurement. So I think these big four P's or big four powers is clearly loaded in front of television.
Let me also ask you, Anuj, because you have a large balance sheet and a large company to run. How do you see the next 3 to 6 months in terms of overall consumer offtake? Then we'll come to the consumer durables business.
So, I always try to differentiate the short term from the long term and the tactical from the strategic. I think we are in a tough market. It is not an easy economy. I think consumer sentiment has been difficult for a few quarters, and maybe the next 2 quarters will be the same, right? But when you're in the brand business, you have to therefore not lose sight of the strategic thing. You have a relationship with the consumer. That relationship cannot be restricted to the point of time when they're purchasing. That relationship has to sustain. I can't call you up only when I have work from you. I have to talk to you even when I don't have work from you. And that's a relationship between us as a brand and the consumers. So I think the base level advertising, communication, brand messaging has to continue all through. That said, you will vary the budgets a little bit. You will tactically alternate, or what should I say, change your plans a little bit. Your sales conversion may be low, etc. So those are tactical changes that you make. But I don't think as a brand manager, brand owner, running a consumer relationship, we should really change things because if we have a soft marketplace.
Okay, Anuj, I'm sure all the wise entrepreneurs who run large companies believe in that. Let me give you an example. In COVID, a company called Amul upped up its spends across mediums. And of course, a lion's share of that went to television. An opportunity where there is softening of markets. Is this an opportunity to get better advertising deals, better TV advertising deals, and hence be able to get better market share?
Absolutely. So, I'm born contrarian. When I say that, to this one, I would say you don't talk when everybody's shouting because you will not be heard. So you talk in a silent room and everybody will listen to you. So I think I would completely agree. Your brand, your communication, when it was not a crowded space, when the inventory was going empty, COVID, etc. For a long-term brand relationship, and you're getting the best deals. So you're getting the best deals, lowest spot rates, no clutter of advertising, etc. Why would you miss that opportunity? You should do that, right? That goes back to the point I made that, strategically, that's the best time to do it. Of course, tactically, you're not selling enough. So you may not mount a campaign, you may not have a specific, sales pitch at that point of time. So you will, manage your budgets. You do have budgets to manage as a P&L manager. You have to look at a bottom line. But these are just rare windows of opportunity. You must take advantage of it.
And Anuj, seasons and festivals in India are a huge part of the demand and offtake of all kinds of products, especially in the consumer durables industry. You have products for every season, so to say, broadly. How do you see the upcoming summer season? Whereas the fag end of Jan, winter is not yet gone, but maybe in 30 days it'll be gone. I'm sure you're preparing for the summer season. What are your thoughts about the impending summer season? Are you going to invest a lot in IPL? Give us a sense of broadly what you're thinking in terms of how to leverage the environment and the TV opportunities, TV advertising opportunities to help sell and build the brands.
So, I'll answer this from the lens of our view, right? Or our lens. We are a multi-category company. We do have seasonal products. We have heating products, which work well in winter, and we have cooling products, which work well in summer, right? And just before this, when we were talking in the side room, Anurag comes from Delhi. When I think Sam asked him, how's the weather and is it bad? And Anurag said it's cold. And I said, cold does not mean bad because it sells more heaters for us, right? So we want peak cold.
So lots of liquor.
Yeah, I'm not in the liquor business, but I do want.
I don't drink.
Yeah, I would rather you warm yourself with a heater than with something else.
I agree with you.
No, so I think we do want good winters. We do want good summers. Summer is a very important season for us. Two of our largest categories are the fans and room coolers. So it is a key season for us. The planning for that starts much in advance. We have our campaigns, but campaigns around products. So we have specific products that launch at that period of time. And therefore, then the campaigns around that, and we have to make a noise at that point of time. And therefore, when we have to make a noise, we have to cover the media. That said, IPL, non-IPL is, to me, like I said, it's Excel decision. And when I say it's an Excel decision, it takes the burden off our media planning or buying team coming from the CEO says IPL create them. That distorts the decision making. So I think decision making needs to be done rationally on numbers, on Excel. Of course, we'll have a conversation with Sports 18 or whoever else is trying to pitch that. Star, sorry, I should mention Star Sports since they are one of the sponsors. But those, at that level, we are very, very hard-nosed on our decision making.
Okay. Now, Anuj, since last 10 to 14 years, you've been actively involved in decision making in terms of media, brand building, apart from overall being in charge of the business. Especially post-COVID, what has changed in your conversations with your own brand managers, with your agency partners, and the ecosystem that helps you build brands?
So let me answer this slightly differently. I think we are living in a very complex world. The world is becoming more and more complex if you look at it in terms of just not the economic and geopolitics around us, but in terms of the whole consumer marketplace, the competition, the noise factor all around, the things that are cluttering us all around. And therefore also as a marketer or advertising, it's becoming more complex. This media buying, what you buy, or buying for attention, etc. And let me throw another saying that in a complex world, simplicity wins. And if you can, learn to distance yourself from all of this complexity, we have so much data inputs coming at you and so many claims coming at you. You need to be able to shut your eyes and just go back to what I call the first principles. And that's the way I try to, do my decision making, that when it's too complex, no, you're not going to make any sensible decision, rational decision. It's going to be very muddled. So go ask yourself a very basic, simple questions, right? And the very simple, basic question is, and I'm now putting this in the context of as a marketer or advertiser, what are you trying to do? It's very two simple things. You are trying to get your message across, the right message to the right audience, and you are trying to buy the media in an efficient way as to where to get the message. So getting the message across is a creative call, right? What are you saying? How are you going to say the content piece? Again, make that as simple. I use 2 brand examples, right? Very simple, uncluttered, you know what they stand for. One is Nike, just do it. And look at the campaign, so clean. It's Nike, it's just do it. Everybody understands that. And they will take that across whichever form and manner they will deliver. They don't have to say too much, right? And take the second example, should I take an Indian brand, Fevicol, Majboot Jod. They've established that positioning so rock solid, so simple. And that reflects in every campaign that they do, every creative. The story can keep varying, but it's very simple what they want to say. Most brands try to say too much. They're so confused in their head. They're trying to say this touch point, that consumer is for ye bikega, usko wo bolna hai, abhi digital pay karna. It is not so difficult. The consumer is a human. He needs a simple message. Figure what your message is, be very sharp on that, and then bring all the complexity of influencer lying, but be very clear on your messaging. The second part is kahan bolna hai. Get your media right. The media part doesn't come from all this abstract creative thinking. It comes from hard-nosed numbers. Show me the numbers. There's Infosys, Narayan Murthy saying that in God we trust, the rest bring numbers to the table. So media is simply, what's your job as media? You have a certain marketing budget as, as a brand or as a company. We have 3 brands, Bajaj, Morphe Richards, and Nirlep. Each of them have a defined budget as % of sales. Now, the job of the media buying and planning team is simply, that's the money you have, $100, spend it in the most efficient way, reach the maximum eyeballs, take this message to as many people with impact. And they have to work a lot more logically rather than be confused by all of this complexity around. So I'm coming back to a different way to answer your question, that we are in an increasingly complex world that requires us not to confuse ourselves more, but actually become simple. In a complex world, simplicity wins.
Anuj, we are in the era of connected TVs. Today, almost all the new purchases in a certain audience profile are connected TVs. What is your view on the era of connected TVs? Is it becoming a substantial addressable market as a medium to look at? How has it changed the way you interact with your consumers?
So I'll build on what I'm saying, right? TV, which is, I'm saying, the non-connected general TV, remains by far the largest reach number, platform, right? Again, some of the other speakers will talk about it, but top of my head, 210 million, TV households, 800 plus million viewers. If you break that down to, you're not buying 200 million households, you're buying a channel or a service, right? If you take any of the leading GCs, they'll be in a particular week, I think, some 20 odd million, reach, etc. that they have. So that's what you're buying. That said, I think connected TV is a reality. While TV may be the largest reach, increasingly there are mutually exclusive audiences, including people in this room who probably never switch on a conventional television set. So you do have to reach them. Either they're on connected TV or on other platforms. So you can't ignore them. So while I said everything I said, bulk of our budgets will go on conventional TV. You do have to cover these guys, but that's what I call the top up. And therefore we'll top that up. We do connected TV since the last few months, which we did not in the past, etc. That said, the other challenge is measurement. For good or bad, TV has a third-party independent measurement that may have a margin of error, but it's somewhat there, it gives you good trends. All of these other platforms, we don't have a measurement system that you can rely on. And if I'm paying money, I would want to...
Third-party aggregators are now bringing all the data of connected TV on single platform. So I think it will be available in the near short term.
But you do have to cover them in your plan. It's just, I think the tipping point when that takes over from TV is far away. Yeah.
There's a whole saying, it's a cliche, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. The festive season for consumer durables, I'm not talking of just your business or about your brands or your businesses, but when I talk to a lot of my friends in the consumer durables, across brands, Indian brands, MNC brands, some Chinese brands, it didn't go as expected. And with the impending softening, with the inflation being what it is, the cost of supply chain and materials going high, what do you see happening in the near short term? And as a business leader, What are you doing to be able to deal with it?
That's a lot of questions packed into one. I think every day you're firefighting, every day you're dealing with different challenges. You never have the tailwinds, it's always against headwinds, but I think that's the job description, right? I do think festive period, has been a tougher festive period. Post-festive also you've seen a big drop this year. That said, again, like I said, I differentiate between a long-term and short-term, a strategic and tactical. I differentiate between the job of marketing and selling, right? My brand is not built in the festive period. My sales do happen in the festive period. The fact is, for our category, consumer appliances, durables, we have a lot of purchase that is concentrated at that point of time. So you cannot afford to not talk to the consumers at that point of time. You have to drive sales at that point of time. But that's not the time to build a brand. That is just a focus period of window for sales conversion, right? But I'll go back to what I said that, you don't talk when everybody's shouting. You will not be heard. So that's the time everybody's shouting. You're not going to be heard. At best, you'll put out some campaigns, etc., to drive the conversion, and the trade and everybody needs that to happen. But if you're going to build a brand, so more of the money is parked outside of that. But because we have to sell, we have to be there when the consumers are purchasing. We do cover that too.
And Anuj, in the last 3 years, direct to consumer, digital to consumer has seen a lot of new brands, about 30,000 brands, about 800 to 1,000 brands that have done really well. And traditional businesses, big brands like yours, have also started to leverage the power of D2C. How's been your journey? When I say your, I mean your business and brand journey with respect to D2C.
So I will tell you, I think as Bajaj Electricals, we're one of the earlier movers onto e-commerce online selling. Today, about 12 to 13% of our sales comes from online. That's a few hundred crores. And therefore, if you compare that to any of the pure D2C brands in our sector, while it's only 10, 12% of our sales, in absolute numbers, that's probably as big or bigger than any of the D2C brands. It remains a very, very high focus strategic, channel for us. What's also special about the channel is it's a two-way channel. When I say two-way, that's a channel where you get direct and immediate response, feedback, data on what, not just what consumers are buying or not buying, but also what they're saying in terms of reviews, etc., etc. So your ability to engage with them and get feedback is much better there. So it is an important part. That said, scale in India will not be achieved by D2C, which is what you referred to also initially.
That's why omni-channel.
Yes.
That's why the retails,
yeah.
Even D2C brands are now partnering with existing FMCG companies or consumer durables companies.
Or flip ITC just about Yoga Bar, because if Yoga Bar wants to become big, it has to become mainstream. Mainstream is all channels.
So I agree with you. My last question to you, Anuj, before we get one out. Now, as a business leader, what are the 3 trends that you see becoming bigger in the near short term? I won't say what are your predictions, but what are the 3 things that you can share with this audience that will help this audience?
So, just top of my head, I haven't thought this through. I think what I started with saying on complexity, the world will keep getting more and more complex. When I say complex, consumers will be spoiled for more choices. Reaching out to them will be tougher. Competition will keep getting tougher. Business models will keep getting tougher. Complexity is a way of life that just keeps getting more and more. Right? The answer to that is to actually not do what everybody does. But
focus on the basics.
Yeah, focus on the basics and as simple as
a VUCA world. We've been using the word VUCA for
it's a 10x VUCA now, right? It's a VUCA to power of X, etc. I think second aspect is, it's going to be tougher and tougher to make money. And when I say that, you have this inflation, you have commodity, you have climate change, you have all kinds of challenges. So I think financial complexity, I don't want to use the word complexity again, but I just think it'll become tougher and tougher to make money. I will talk about our company itself. We got away with doing a lot of things or not doing a lot of things in the last 20 years. And, if, to be honest, we are a slow company, if I say between the year 2000 to 2020, today, if we are not changing fast enough, we would be dead. So, it's going to be tougher and tougher to make money. It's going to be tougher and tougher to survive. So the need for not just agility and speed, but the need for frugality is going to be extremely high. And when I call out frugality, look at what's happening in the startup ecosystem. That whole cash burn, all of this stuff, at some point, truth is going to catch up with you. And the best time to be frugal is not in tough times. The best time to be frugal is in good times, because that's when you lose control. So if you're making lots of money, and this is a legacy from Bajaj Auto, right? They are the most profitable two-wheeler company in the world. And they're absolutely frugal on every decision making. And that's not being penny pinching, that's just being ensuring sustainability. So, second trend really is going to be tougher and tougher to make money. You have to do that thing. Third, I don't know if it's a trend, but some people part that I'll touch. I think, and this is probably what should I say, oxymoron. We are finding it tougher and tougher to get good talent, the type we want, and to retain talent. Because I think, I think a lot of youngsters in the room, their aspirations are very high, which is good, but sometimes not mirrored or grounded in reality. And therefore, you see a lot of job churn every 3 years, 4 years. I don't think, at least maybe I'm old, I don't think that's how you build a long-term career, etc. So our ability to get and retain quality talent is becoming, very difficult. On the flip side, I think the job market is going to keep shrinking. For everybody to be employed in a good
around this time,
yes,
tech guys were getting 600% raise
yeah,
last year. Today they're being laid off. So clearly, there is a correction in the, hiring side.
So I think this third trend I'll put in the bucket of people. You are going to have a fundamental misfit on fitting good people and all of them finding good jobs. And how do you solve for that, both as individual professionals and as companies, I think.
Thank you, Anuj, for giving us very authentic and very direct answers. If there are questions for Anuj, I can take 1 or 2 questions. Please raise your hand and tell us who you are. The gentleman there near the camera. Can we get him a mic?
Can we get a mic for our gentleman out there, a cordless mic?
Sagar.
Sagar, could you help us on that? Thank you. Dr. Batra, 1 second.
You can just stand up meanwhile, it'll help you.
You can just stand up and ask.
Just allow me a moment, sir.
So I was just going through the celebrity endorsement rates, close to 70 crores and all. How do you think it is going to shape up in the future? Is it going to go up or down?
I didn't fully hear you. Are you saying celebrity endorsement rates and
Celebrities are continuing to charge higher.
my previous job was in a media company, including film studio, and I think star talent costs, just keep going up and unconnected to, reality. I think we have, let's talk the positive of celeb or endorsement or brand endorsements or influencers, whatever you call it. You do have, as a brand, sometimes a need to reposition your brand or convey certain brand attributes when you're launching or create some, attention span for certain segment of consumers, and that really helps you. But you have to be very clear, therefore, why you're bringing on that endorser, influencer, brand ambassador, and be very focused on that purpose. And every purpose has to have a shelf life. Okay, if permanently you need a brand endorser or celeb endorser, then your brand is not standing for itself, right? So I do believe, at least I come from a camp, that ultimately your brand, has to stand for itself, and the celebs have to be part of that journey and for a particular purpose of finite time. So that's the part. I think a challenge is not just the pricing. Pricing a matter of negotiation. You must have a walkaway price that you have, and it's never one celeb. You should have a set of celebs that you have as a target that you can look at. But more important than that is just look at what's happening now. There's this last week, there's a new guidelines on every influencer will have to put a explicit disclaimer or actually details of what is the relationship. And I don't know how that's going to manifest itself. It's going to be very complicated. Every time when we produce a TVC or when we produce an ad, I insist on perpetuity rights, by the way. It's an ad we fully paid for, fully funded by us, conceived by us. I need to be able to use that asset for perpetuity anywhere in the world, any medium, any platform, right? The moment you bring a celeb, anybody else into it, all of those things go out of the window. The celeb will have a year, it's your asset, but after a year, you can't use it. You can't use it in certain territory. You can't use it in some platform, etc. So then you have to be willing to compromise on some of those things. So price is one aspect, but the regulation and some of these restrictions is the other aspect, which is why I think if you want to be independent, which I say, have control on your brand, ultimately your brand has to stand for itself. Colgate stands for itself. Pepsodent stands for itself. Lidl stands for itself. Cadbury's, whatever. Take the strongest FMCG brands. They stand for themselves. They stand for themselves. And they may all bring in a celeb endorser for a period of time for a purpose, but ultimately a brand can't stand on the clutches of celebs.
And also, I think celebs get overpriced over a period of time, whether they are starring in movies or in. So you have to find celebs on the cusp of being big. They're sizable, and that's the job of a brand manager or a celebrity talent coach, to be able to bring you celebs that are on the cusp of being discovered. So you catch them. I mean, I remember there's a brand that I invested in just before a certain cricketer became big. He had, we talked to someone for getting him on board. And he's now 100 times what he was 4 years back. You can guess who it is. So clearly, you have to catch people before they become big. Look for newer options. That's one advice.
And one last risk, which I think hopefully is not a permanent risk, a short-term India-specific risk, is the boycott trend, right? You've got a celeb, and then suddenly this whole social media trolling and backlash was completely unrelated agenda, most often misplaced, misguided. But as a brand, you're risking too much in this thing when suddenly you get the backlash on that.
A gentleman, very seasoned gentleman in the audience, who just gave a creative idea to Anuj. He said, for your heaters, you should do this ad saying everybody except Rahul Gandhi needs heaters. Buy Bajaj heaters, So that could have a risk. Any more questions?
Okay, we have one.
The gentleman in the back. Can we get him a mic?
Mic? At the back. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dharmendra Rai. Since we spoke about complexity, Google has laid off plenty of people. Apparently, Apple has not laid off any people or laid off very few people. And some people are praising Apple for that, which I find to be an absolutely regressive anti-capitalistic sentiment. We are in the age of social media, not in the age of socialism. Your views?
I couldn't hear it fully. It's little.
The starting part,
Yeah.
right? Could you
Just
could you just repeat the first part of your question?
Speak slowly. I think the acoustics are echoing. Just speak a little slower. So Google,
Yeah.
I know you said.
Google has laid off plenty of people.
Yes.
I'm asking you this question because you spoke about complexity and which of these two companies has handled complexity better. I just wanted your views on that. So Google has laid off plenty of people. Apple has apparently laid off nobody or laid off very few people. And some people are praising Apple because of that.
See, can I ask you, because I studied this last 3-4 days, there's a guy I follow who studies all these companies. Apple always has not overhired. That's his analysis. They've kept, for their size, they're very lean for the size of top line and bottom line. So they never overhired. They're more steady, whereas other organizations overhired. It's a simplistic answer, but in part it is true. The rest Anuj can answer.
So, firstly, as a non-startup, non-tech company with all this fascination of our talent was towards that, I'm happy Sanity is coming back. So there's a real world. So I think all of this ESOP and etc. that was, I think distorting the whole talent market. I think hopefully Sanity is coming back. That said, it's not fair for me to comment on a particular company in their management, because I'm sure they have their reasons or rationale or context to their decision making. I would just put it this way. I think we do have responsibility as management to not be very short-term or very tactical in these decisions, because we are playing with lives, right? So I can't suddenly staff up people and then fire them, and I can't have a hire and fire policy. So hopefully, we are responsible and we try to factor that into our planning cycles, etc. And if you can do that, then, I would yet give them some benefit of doubt that sometimes things turn or, things evolve in a different way than you anticipated. Maybe that's the healthiest thing. You read about 12,000 people or something that, Google let go.
Yeah.
But maybe making that tough decision saved a lot more jobs as opposed to ships sinking slowly, etc. So sometimes you have to take a hard call on some of these things. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's my general answer.
Please give Anuj a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Anurag.
Thank you. And on that note, Dr. Batra, if we may request you to please hand over a memento. So just requesting you to please stay back. Could we have the team on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm round of applause for Mr. Anuj Podar, MD and CEO, Bajaj Electricals Limited, in conversation with Dr. Anurag Batra. Well, a tall order has been in place. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Group CEO, Madison Media and OH Madison World. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Thank you, Vikram, for joining us. And on that note, it is time for our special address on the power of TV in sports. Well, we couldn't be more elated to have none other than the President, Head Marketing, Ultratech, Aditya Birla Group, Mr. Ajay Rang, to kindly join us. Let's give a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ajay.
And I will give the laptop there. Sure, got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, just allow us a moment. We're getting the presentation in check. Thank you. Meanwhile, Ajay, just some opening from your side.
Sure. Thank you so much. Hi, Vikram. Hi, Sam. So normally Exchange for Media does a good job, thorough job in terms of the validation, and they do a thorough job in terms of vetting people that they get there. This time they seem to have made some mistake, because I remember 2000, I was remembering 2011, this city itself, I put forth a campaign along with my team, which was No TV Day, and that's about 2011, right? And about 12 years back. So the irony of life and fun, and maybe I think your scrutiny programs need to be slightly more rigorous. But jokes apart, I think I'll just take you through. You'll have numbers enough per se. I've tried to take a little bit of a different approach in terms of talking about not so much the traditional numbers in terms of reach, etc., because those numbers are public, you know. And please, if there are any mistakes, you've got to blame the gentleman sitting on that table, because he taught me all about media. And so the blame goes there. So we'll start as we go. So I think one piece that I think about from a media point of view, TV point of view, I think we've got to do first principle stuff. And I agree with the previous panel, Anuj, Anurag, on the front, that I think we need to get some of those basic questions sorted in terms of what are you trying to achieve, per se. Yeah. Okay. Would you have a clicker or something? So the fellow to blame, if I go wrong, is Sam, and to an extent, Vikram, in terms of sorting things out. Yeah, so this is what I did about 2011, about 12, 13 years back. So I think two bits which I think we've got to sort out. And there is a little bit of a muddle in people's mind in terms of what we are trying to achieve. What it's to me not simply just a numbers game. It's not an Excel exercise, because you're trying to do something, you're trying to achieve something from a business point of view, right? There's a end objective that is in mind. And first we've got to figure out, I think, very, very plain, simple English, Hindi or Punjabi, whatever frames get you simplicity as to who's your customer and what are we trying to achieve, and what can the medium do in that sense of the word. And I think the world has moved away from a little bit of the salesmanship and selling a unique proposition to as many number of people as possible at the lowest cost possible, right? The world, in my experience, I think, of handling brands for, I think, the last 20, 25 years, I think this is not the formula that follows. And if we do only Excel stuff, I think the accountants are better, and I think we can leave the job to them. This gentleman you might recognize, he got the Nobel Prize in 2002, 2014 or 11. He came out with a fairly elaborate book in terms of human thinking, because the first piece, the consumers that we are talking to are human beings. I think that's the first piece. They are not just wallets. They're not just cement mixers. like the business that I sell in. And dealing with human beings, I think there are a few facts that you need to be really, really clear of as to how do they make decisions, because that's what you're trying to encourage from your business point of view. A lot of these consumers use not very hardwired Excel sheet analysis in terms of making decisions, even the most complex decisions in life. And that's the system one thinking that this gentleman talked a lot about. And given that you people make decisions basis the number of associations that they have for a job that they have in their mind, therefore, I think being vivid in consumers' mind in as many ways as possible, I think that's the task for somebody to achieve. Therefore, I think the two big pieces that the current thinking talks about is, I think, building mental availability and building physical availability. Those are the two important things, rather than doing the USP and efficiency piece is something that you've got to, I think, really, really think about. And always remembering, I think, some piece that most business leaders and marketers forget, that you're always dealing with human beings, and those are the people that you're trying to nudge. A lot of times, and we've been guilty of that, I think businesses have fallen for the latest shiny object that's comes along their way. And we get metrics, and people have gone to, I think, lead metrics and push those things. But we've got to remember, in the complicated job that we have, at one level, I think things are very, very simple. The biggest search engine that you have as consumers is your mind. You tap the Google screen later, I think first thing that you think about is what comes to your mind. And that's what you're trying to influence in one fashion. So rather than talk numbers, I think there are three things which I believe, and I don't believe, I think TV is a panacea, because if you have a headache, you got to take the headache medicine, and if you have a stomach ache, the medicine has to be different. But from a TV point of view, I think three things stand out which are starkly different, which is validated by a little bit of experience, a little bit of numbers, and a little bit of science now. I think first thing is attention, second thing is emotion, and the third thing is fame. And all those things are really, really critical from the point of view of building mental availability and building the prompt of your brand and your category when the consumer thinks of a particular problem. Now, I don't know, I'm not so sure if you can see the chart because it's slightly blurred here. What this says, the latest science says that as attention goes up, your business results stand up. Your top of the funnel numbers and the bottom of the funnel numbers both go up, as if you are going through a particular media, the attention goes up. And these are some of the numbers as to how various media stack from the point of view of attention. So starting from the left, this is what TV does, and going to the extreme right is what digital, out of home, press, etc. do. Now, what this tells us is that the attention currency, while we buy most media from the point of view of opportunity to see and opportunity to view, and those are the very metrics that the industry has built. However, the basic piece, if you are trying to communicate to human beings and trying to build mental availability, I think attention matters quite a bit. And you are talking in very starkly different numbers as far as attention is concerned across medium when you serve your message or when you serve your proposition to people. And I think most digital mediums do not cross there needs to be a certain threshold in terms of attention for things to move, a message to move into your memory, right? The number, I think the latest neuroscience says is roughly about 2.5 seconds. Unfortunately, I think most digital media does not cross that threshold. So if we are talking, and it's horses for courses, because if we are talking in terms of building long-term brand building, if we are talking versus, if you may, harvesting the business and only talking in terms of same sales conversion, then you need to go to media, which is slightly more long-term and slightly more attention driving, right? Rather than stuff. And the worry is that most, there's the chart which tracks roughly about 130,000 ad views. And on digital, less than 85% brands don't cross the 2.5 second threshold in terms of attention giving, right? And therefore, that's something that you've got to keep in mind from the objective that you have in mind. The second piece is, I think, and therefore, if we can all have science and huge amount of intellectual debates, if people don't see your advertising and it doesn't get the requisite attention, even beyond the viewability numbers that are being talked about, then all of rest is kind of pure academic stuff, right? The second piece, I think there is latest thinking that calls that the right side of the brain talks in terms of, or takes in information which is slightly more vivid. It's information which is slightly context driven, and that drives long-term brand building and long-term mental availability. And the left side of the brain, which is largely transactional, looks at stuff on a one-on-one basis, but doesn't drive too much of kind of emotion per se. And right about this time, what you see the two graphs as to what various advertising over the years has been driving. And you see that curve splitting up around about the time about 2000, early 2000s kind of stuff. And that's the time where you see, I think, the increase of digital advertising. What's happened so far, therefore, there's been a huge dip in terms of the effectiveness of advertising. And that coincides with how I think people have taken the shiny object. Digital advertising, by the way, is not bad. But how people have taken the shiny object and gone ahead and deployed it for means or deployed it for objectives which digital advertising clearly does not serve, kind of stuff, right? So we've been seduced by the FOMO. We've been seduced by the free eyeball stuff. We've been seduced by having something to talk with our CFOs and saying that we have instant measurement that comes our way. And therefore, I think a lot of advertising has moved towards short-termism, right? And we've focused largely in terms of efficiency rather than effectiveness, and harvesting rather than sowing, and doing long-term brand building, right? So the last piece that I'll put on board after attention and emotion is, I think it's a fairly profound, I think, statement that somebody made. This gentleman, Marshall McLuhan, he made this statement in sometime in 1960s. And he said, medium is the message. And I don't think we've really profoundly appreciate how simple yet really pointed his point of view is. And the real point about this is that the content of a particular medium can play inside only the boundaries of that particular medium, right? Beyond that, so if you look at television, and television is entertainment, you see news, you see cricket, you see soaps, all fall within the genre, within the quote unquote, it's tending towards entertainment as you would. The second piece that's very critical is how the medium is shifting, and medium is in one sense enabling, irrespective of the content, it's enabling a communal experience and therefore building fame. if I take the world, the 9/11 piece, if I take Desert Storm, if I take the IPL, all those events, while there are 22 men playing on the field, you've had almost 200 million people enjoying that same communal experience at the same time, which only a medium like television can do. And therefore, television builds huge amount of fame. And these three principles, if you may, of attention, of emotion, and the third piece of fame are things which are embedded into the medium itself. While numbers might go up in terms of penetration or come down, I think because we are dealing with human beings and because we are dealing with a medium, I think those principles remain the same. And therefore, for the right reason, in terms of brand building, long-term brand building, there doesn't seem to be an equivalent comparison to television as of now, or the large screen as of now, because it's a stand back medium where I give and engage with that particular medium and allow messages to come to you, and therefore enable the ability to do if you may, mental availability and long-term brand building, right? Last piece, I think there is, I think Peter Field and Ledwin have called that we have been in this business in terms of, rather than doing long-term brand building, which does the top of the funnel work as well as the incremental work, we've focused largely on things which are in the harvesting mode and only in terms of efficiency and not looking at the long-term play, right? TV does that job reasonably well. You've got to keep the faith and not keep things moving up and down all the time, right? So that's all that I had to say. These three things from a TV learning point of view. Any questions you can direct at the gentleman there. He'll help you answer those questions, but happy to take a comment or two.
Do we have any questions? If yes, please do raise your hand. We'll get the mic passed. Could we get the mic passed? I hope I don't need to step down. Yeah, thank you. Ajay.
Hi, my name is Dharmendra Rai. Everybody thinks they're being very cool when they are using digital cards instead of hard copies of business cards. Isn't that against the concept of mental availability?
Digital cards.
Isn't that against the concept of?
Yeah, isn't that against the concept of encouraging mental availability?
Mental availability.
Yeah,
You're going to look
that's
at a
right.
digital card for
cards.
less than 2.5.
Sorry, I didn't get what digital cards are you talking about?
Plenty of people are not using physical business cards.
Got it.
They're using digital business cards,
Sure.
which are pretty ugly.
Got it.
And you don't feel like looking at them even for a second. And
Sure.
you need 2.5 seconds for mental availability.
Sure.
So
Yeah, I think your analogy works well. I think if you want to do long-term brand building with a person that you want to engage with, I think a deeper conversation is far more the order of the day, and a continuous conversation is far more of the order of the day rather than doing transactional stuff. So I think you make the point. Yeah.
thank you.
Do we have further questions? Yes, ma'am. Can we get the mic passed? And please, if you can just mention your name as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Yashoda Durge. Content on TV has not changed, but distribution has changed. OTT platforms are taking over. So how do companies find a way around that to get their advertisements across?
Sorry, could you be loud?
Okay, let me just inform the audience why we're facing an issue. The amplifiers are turned towards you. So sometimes you have to be a little more loud for us to understand. So could you repeat
Yeah,
your first
I'll repeat.
part?
Content is remained more or less the same.
Content.
On television. But what has happened is OTT platforms have taken over. There's no ads out there. Distribution of content has changed. So we are accessing TVs on different kinds of platforms. So what are the new ways you think advertisers can work to getting their ads to the audiences?
Yeah, I think your point is valid. I think look at it from the audience point of view, right? If the large screen experiences where I sit back and hand over control of a particular time across to a content creator or a media owner, I think whether it is TV or whether it is OTT, I think those are debates we can have those quibbles here, right? In the industry. I think from a consumer's point of view, they're just watching a piece of video content on a large screen and they're absorbing stuff, right? That's what they are doing as a normal human being. And serving advertising is a different order, but you have their attention, you have their engagement, and you also have, if you can have 100 million people watching that same OTT content at the same time, you have fame alongside. So from the consumer's point of view, it doesn't make too much of a difference whether you watch the same thing that comes from Star Sports or whether it's a Hotstar content on a large screen coming across to you. It doesn't matter to you, right? As a consumer.
Thank you.
That's
Wow.
going to be a tough one.
This is, could we have a mic quickly passed to Mr. Sakuja? Firstly, sir, an honor to have you, and over to you.
Hi, Ajay. Other things remaining the same. Does the size of the screen between a TV and a mobile make a difference? Because arguably attention same, emotion same, fame, question mark.
The question is, are you in a lean back mode? Are you sitting together for entertainment, in my view? Or are you actively engaged into some stuff, right? If I'm looking at a large or a small screen, but I'm engaged into a very purposive search going into stuff, then my attention clearly is not on the stuff that you are doing.
So lean back, other things remaining same, lean back. I'm watching content on a small screen versus big screen. OTT, you could say any TV serial.
Yeah, I think there is the other piece, which is on demand versus being a communal experience. If I look at IPL, for example, if I have, I think 200 million people watching at the same time on a small screen, it's fine, right? Because we are enjoying stuff as a community, right? And therefore, doing some stuff together builds fame. I have all the attention, and this is emotionally engaging stuff. The only question that you have to look at from an advertiser's point of view, do I have the visibility, viewability, etc., within that small screen from my point of view? Otherwise, from a consumer's experience, I don't think there's too much of a difference. Yeah, thanks.
So one thing is you cannot skip ads on television compared to a digital media.
So if you don't mind, can we extend the conversation a little later because we're running in short of time, but let's give a warm round of applause for Ajay. And Ajay, if you may stay back, I would now have the honor of calling upon the chairman of Madison World, Sam Balsara, to help us in felicitating Ajay. If you could have both of you in the center, this truly calls for a hashtag E4M TV first moment right there. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're divulging into our panel discussion. Before we begin, of course, the stage is going to be set. I have the opportunity of introducing to you the topic, and then we get on to calling our speakers. Well, moving forward, we're talking about television, which is the chosen destination for IPL viewing. IPL, of course, is watched by people indoors and outdoors, and IPL being a huge event that Indians are engaging with. And of course, they're engaging with on television because live sports is made for collective and connected watching. We all feel it together and we want to watch it together with friends and family outdoors. IPL, of course, being a huge brand, we've seen that how it has grown over the years. New launches of commercials happen in IPL, and definitely it has doubled, if you may agree, the recall value for brands. So the brands we watch during our IPL viewing, we definitely recall them more than what we watch otherwise. And as you know, IPL is, of course, a much longer event. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, as the stage is being set, it is my honor to call upon our esteemed panelists on the stage. First up, joining us virtually would be the head of media, Mondelez India, Ms. Anjali Krishnan. We're going to have her on screen just about in a moment. Do connect with Anjali on the same. Next up, if I could have the honor of in charge marketing NPCI, Lalita Nayak, to kindly join us. Lalita. Firstly, Anjali, if you can hear us, a very warm welcome.
I can hear you. Thank you. Thank you for having me on the panel.
Anjali, I'm still not able to get your audio. We'll just get that sorted. Thank you. Could we have the team talk with Anjali on the audio front, please? Next up, the Chief Marketing Officer of Polycab, Nilesh Malani. Also, if I could have the Head Marketing and E-Commerce, Cooling and Purification Appliances Group, Blue Star Limited, Girish Hingorani. Thank you, Girish, for joining us. If I could now have the President, Head Marketing, Ultratech, Aditya Birla Group, Ajay Dang, to kindly join us back. And before we call upon our session chair, let me just remind the audience, the panel discussion being television, the chosen destination for IPL viewing. On that front, it is time for me to now call upon our session chair, CEO of Madison Media, Sigma, Madison World, Vanita Keswani. On that note, Vanita, all yours.
Hello.
Yeah.
Right. So wonderful. It was beautiful actually hearing from you, Ajay, already. So a lot of context has been set since morning. So very, very warm welcome. I love to see such a beautiful audience. So thank you, everyone. Let's give a clap for all of us to be in this room and to each one of us. So I was just reading this, a match made in heaven. Wow, right? Sounds beautiful. So yes, sports and television are truly made for each other. There's no doubt about that. And it is the chosen destination. And so let us hear, each one of us, can speak. We all have had so many experiences, and I'm going to have a really lovely time interacting with such a lovely panel, some of whom I've personally also worked with, so that's really, really nice. So I'll start with Ajay actually. To just ask, because I think Ultratech has done something both on ground and on television. That's truly something remarkable. A lot of brands tend to do that, but with the expenses rising and the choice to be made on television and on ground, how do you make that choice of what's the best way to go? And would you give up on ground for TV?
Thanks, Vanita. I think clearly goes by the objectives that you have. I think as a brand, hope you can hear. So as a brand, we are roughly about a 55-60,000 crores brand, which about 70% of that is B2C. Given the stature that we have within the industry, we do not have a problem in terms of awareness and consideration set, right? So we don't need a logo to be flashed across somebody's jersey to remind somebody of Ultratech. when they are in this very, very momentous journey in terms of building their home, which most times for Indians is once in a lifetime, they want to know more because they've not experienced the brand before, right? And they don't have a context how to evaluate a brand of cement. I think our switch has been from putting logos across the ground and build and across spots to getting into storytelling. We are not a natural ally in terms of, right? We are not Nike, we are not Adidas or Reebok or any other sports brand. So the fit is largely from a audience gathering perspective. There, if we can build a narrative which is very, very simple from our proposition point of view, we are happy to do that. And considering if our friends on Star Sports support, we are happy to do that. That's the simple context that we have from a brand out and objectives point of view.
So what did you exactly do on ground? And if you could just share some experience of how you amplified it on TV?
So from our perspective, I think across business, across media properties, I think there are two very simple propositions that we put across from Ultratech point of view. One, I think putting together the context of this purchase, that you're building your home only once, and there are some things that you don't want to, they are irreversible, and some things that you don't want to take a chance on. And therein, I think making the best choice, if you've got to get your heart operated, you go to the best surgeon in town, and that's what the equivalent parallel is. And given the choices, rather than get too complicated, I think going to the best cement, which is India's #1 and backed by most technocrats and experts in the industry, I think that's we simplify choice for consumers. If we can blend within the sports without, in one sense, being intrusive into sports, because between Virat Kohli and Ultratech, however much I love Ultratech, I think people are there to watch Virat and the Indian cricket team. If I can blend in without being too intrusive, I've done my job.
So I'll move on to Nilesh. So Polycab has been rather consistent on IPL, on television.
Yeah.
And you've actually built your brand on IPL. So I'd love to hear you share your experience.
So at Polycab, the brand building exercise started maybe, decade back. The philosophy was that, let's reach out to the heartland of the country from a distribution point of view, supply chain point of view. And then in 2017, when we were sure of that we are in the, space where we're into consideration set of our core influencers with the electricians and the trade partners, that is the time we thought, let's go to the consumers and talk about the story of why Polycab and, why a usage of a safest wire in the country is important. And that's where we started going to consumers, and we wanted to reach out in the most effective and faster way. And we thought that time the IPL would have given the best reach in a shortest period of time. So that's the reason we chose IPL from then. The objective was in 2019, we went public. And again, we wanted to reach out to consumers with a larger portfolio of products, which is the FMEG category, which is fans and lights and smart automation. And that's where we decided to continue our journey on IPL to reach out the mass.
That brings me to the next question, that between both the categories, did you see a difference simply because of the stage in which the brand was and overall brand was in terms of Polycab? You'd already tested IPL for one set of categories. What were your learnings in comparison to each other?
So whilst cables and wires as a segment, we have been enjoying the leadership position over the last 7-8 years. FMEG is a different ballgame altogether, where you are talking to consumers and they are choosing the product. The most important point was to talk to them in their language and tonality, which was very different than in cables and wires, where you are still, kind of trying to connect with the user segment, which is the electricians. So the impact, and when you start talking about consumers, you have to, be consistently talking to them. So within the first 2 years, after 2019, when we started talking to consumers on the fast moving electrical goods, we were the last entrants, probably the most organized player, the last entrant in this space. But within a couple of years, we came in top 7 as a brand in the fast moving electrical goods.
Wonderful. Great. So Anjali, sorry for having you keeping waited there. Let's bring in Anjali, and 2008 is when we started IPL in India. Been a long innings. Ever since from there till now, how differently, and Cadbury and Mondelez, as we say, speaks of innovation. I think of Mondelez and I think of innovation, especially being in media industry, right? And having worked also as part of not the core team, but as Madison. So would you like to shed some light on how IPL has added to the innovation quotient over the years for Mondelez?
Sure, Vanita. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So before I answer that, let me go a little bit into the history of our association with IPL and with Star Sports. I think the first time we invested in IPL was nearly 5 years ago. And the reason we were putting a bet on IPL was that, we had new communication that was coming out in the market. And typically during IPL, the ratings fall across general entertainment channels. And with the launch coming up, we needed to make sure we have the right impact in the shortest amount of time. And so we partnered with IPL to bridge that reach gap for us and give us some impact for our new comms. And like everything in Mondelez, we measured the outcome of this investment through a mixed model. And it showed us that while ROI was lower compared to regular inventory, obviously because IPL is expensive, the effectiveness that cricket delivered for us was nearly twice than regular inventory on brands, which brought us to the conclusion that this is a great platform for building brands. And that is what we've been focusing on for the last so many years. So our partnership with Star Sports is a very strong one. We work to bring the communication strategy to life. And so IPL is not a spot buy for us, but it's more woven around our content marketing strategy. And we launch a new communication almost every year for Cadbury Dairy Milk using IPL as the launch pad. Now, CDM, which is Cadbury Dairy Milk, stands for generosity and acknowledging the unacknowledged. So we've worked with the Star Sports team to bring content around, acknowledging people. So we worked 1 year with them on, behind the scenes staff at the Star Sports office. These are the people who bring cricket to our homes. We've worked 1 year with the groundsmen and the cricketing clubs to acknowledge their effort and so on. So every year we pick something that drives purpose around IPL. And we've seen phenomenal results coming out of it, which is why we've been invested in it for the last 5 years. And for us, it's not just, putting our money on a campaign over there. It's about building surround and building a whole communication, strategy piece in place.
Yeah, could you elaborate on that? Because most of the times it's just putting new news on new news copy itself is good. That's why I started with the question, because Mondelez is known to do more than that, right? So how
Right.
have you had some experience on using your new communication on IPL as a chosen destination, but further doing things around it?
Right. So we've always run a new copy on IPL because it gives you great, reach in a very, very short period of time. But the other thing that we have done is every single year, our partnership with Star Sports takes us one step forward, where we take the brand communication and the purpose of the brand, and we weave it into stories which are about people who are associated with IPL, and mostly people who, otherwise don't get the recognition and their due because they work behind the scenes. So because the brand stands for generosity, we've been, doing content pieces around generosity and how, you can bring the generous spirit in each and every one with the IPL woven into the storyline.
So interesting. Thank you, Anjali. We'll come back to you perhaps a bit later. Moving on to Girish. Girish and me personally have worked on IPL right from 2008, the starting year. If I was just chatting and going back, oh really? It's been so long. I think he is on the panel, the the first person who must have amongst you been on IPL. And, it was so interesting that today we're talking about IPL chosen destination TV, but the first year in 2008, actually, they tied up with BCCL print to co-sell IPL. We actually have come such a long way from there. So we did a deal where we did X square centimeter. And why don't you just speak about your learnings? And then we've gone such a long way. Then we've gone to TV alone. Then we've gone to TV digital, Hotstar, and now Geo. It's amazing, right? And how we do various combinations. It's quite a lovely journey. So Girish would have some interesting anecdotes to share.
Yeah, I know. So it's quite nostalgic here because we have Saket here, and that's the first time we struck a deal with him. He was part of Times of India. IPL was co-sold on television, but we actually bought print. So we bought some 6 inserts of quarter page that year. We bought some 30 expert opinion columns, and we got some 1200 seconds on IPL. It was with Sony in those days, and we didn't really have a very good idea what IPL was about. Of course, a lot of the teams had approached us then in terms of sponsorship and in terms of branding, but we weren't certain what IPL was. And that 1200 seconds, we had to choose our matches. And we didn't even know how to choose, right? Because there was Mumbai Indians and there was, RCB and all of that. And we didn't know what to do. How do we choose those matches? And we were trying to kind of correlate it with our priority markets. Should I choose this? Should I choose that? Oh, yeah, we've come a long way. So we've been on IPL since 2008, I think every year, barring just a couple of years. So yeah, we'd be perhaps the most consistent brand on IPL. For us, it's in the bang of the season. Blue Star is an air conditioner brand. We were a B2B player then. We turned into a B2C player in 2011. And that transition also helped us because most of our new campaigns, we generally shoot a new TV commercial during the summer season. IPL typically begins mid-March, early April, and we launch our campaign during that season. So obviously, I'd acknowledge the fact that a lot of the success of Blue Star as a brand goes to IPL. My only humble endeavor to them is that smaller brands they're large brand but with limited pockets like us, it should continue to become affordable. That's the only thing because it's getting more and more expensive every year. But it has been a super platform for Blue Star to build a brand. The kind of engagement that we've seen over the years, the kind of, we've realized a lot of aspects that work, that don't work. For example, even if your priority markets are Hyderabad, and say, Mumbai, but where there is Dhoni or where there was, other big stars, those matches are watched. So it doesn't matter. It's something that brings the country together. Every match has an equal TV rating, more or less, unlike so many other formats of the World Cup, etc., where the only India matches do very well and the others aren't watched. Here, more or less, every match is watched. So we've had a great experience with IPL and we're hoping to continue that association going forward.
Thanks, Girish. We'll come back to each one of you on some questions, but before that, RuPay launched contactless cards through IPL in 2022. So you did take digital for some part, and then you really, I think, got some success from the television. It would be nice if you could share whatever you would like to share from your experience on how it helped the brand, because you are, obviously against global multi-giants in this.
So to answer your question, Vanita, what happens is that we're literally the new kid on the block, right? Amongst all the brands that you're seeing here, we are literally recently formed brand. Like you said, we are in a league where we have brands which are, which have understood this entire path. But to go back to the year back, we actually invested in IPL because we believe that our demographic profiling sort of matched. Also, what also happened is that the overall experience that we learned is that RuPay as a brand got a fairly large brand recall. More than half of the population that viewed the matches actually had a very high brand. We became a top brand of choice, in fact. Also, because the product we launched, which is RuPay on the go, which is basically a product line that we believe accentuates speed, it melded quite well with the media property that inevitably got created on screen, which is RuPay on the go Force, which was on ground, as well as just matched my product line completely. So it became RuPay on the Go 4s, and then there was RuPay on the Go, the product. So to correct what you said, we didn't launch RuPay contactless. We actually launched RuPay on the Go 4, on the goes, which is a product line where you actually can use RuPay on your watch, which is what we launched.
So that was, you were very happy with this experience, or?
We are still here, and we are looking at it for this year. So yes, we are still very much here.
So let me ask a tricky question now. Let us all rate IPL on TV on a scale of 1 to 10, your experience. Let's do that. 10 being the
Controversial
highest.
question, but let's say about 6 to 7 out of 10. Yes.
And would you rate any other event or campaign choice, any medium higher than that?
So as a media vehicle, IPL obviously takes the cake. It's just the right time. It's April to June. People are on vacation. It just brings everybody together. IPL by itself is a clutter-breaking phenomenon.
Sure.
It changed the rules of the game in cricket. We associate with it because we believe RuPay is exactly like that. We are a clutter-breaking brand and product by ourselves. So therefore, for us, the match seems to be just about natural.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anjali, what would be your score?
I would definitely give it an 8 or 9 or 10. And this is more coming out of the association that we've had for the longest with IPL and with Star Sports. I mean, it's working brilliantly for our brands. My largest brand in the portfolio is on IPL. So that is testimony in itself.
Wonderful. Thank you. Girish?
You would really have to answer that question.
Yeah,
I've been on IPL ever since 2008. So
that speaks it, but still.
it will be around 9.
Choice actually, because it's summer and I think.
Not really. There are choices,
Yeah.
but like they say, strategy is a choice. You make your choices and you make it well. But having said that, there are huge advantages that IPL offers, and from a clutter breaking perspective. So I'll obviously give it a 9 to 9.5.
Wonderful. What
It's
about
like
you?
the biggest reality show during that period, right?
Yeah, it's interesting to know.
I think cricket sells in India. So, which better format than IPL, which happens every year. So the score, I would probably rate him at around 6.
Okay.
Considering, the trend line which is there, the 1/3 of the consumers have gone away from overall viewership. And the rates have gone almost 1.5x. So the affinity and the affordability will be a question.
So your score is not for what you bought it at, but your score is as of today.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. That'll itself change, I guess. The score will change. Yes, I think.
Vanita, I stay true to what I said in the presentation as to whether the medicine is good or bad depends on what ails you. And it's a fabulous franchise, a fabulous tentpole property. Depends upon the brand. I think what the context, what stage you are in. I think it can be a glove fit, or it could be just, if it comes at the cost of, so my pecking order, if it comes at the cost of staying consistently across and paying a top dollar just to be there, depending upon the brand that we are, I would possibly go for consistent presence across the board. It's a fabulous engagement platform. Advertising wise, there is a fair amount of clutter. I think as a platform, it's done fabulously well. But I still think as marketers, there are a few shining examples like Cat Mondelez has done fabulously well. I don't think we've done true justice to the platform from a content as to advertising point of view. I don't think we've leveraged it as well. Pricing, of course, it's an individual discussion.
Yeah, that's outside the purview anyway.
So the answer is kind of stuff. What ails you?
You've not given the ranking. I'm waiting for your ranking.
Yeah, it's a very good property. As a consumer property, as a media property, it's a fabulous property. I think it would be 8, 9, 10, whatever you call. So, but it depends upon what's your context. What are you trying to say?
Wonderful. So great show. So next, let's just discuss what you just brought up, which is about consistency versus what really is enough. Because like you rightly said, not all brands are able to do what Mondelez can do. Some of it being budgets, because obviously anyone in the room would agree that if I get the chance to be an IPL, why not? There are constraints. And like I said, we don't have a choice. I didn't mean literally. Of course, we've evaluated choices every year. But what I mean is you really do want to be there, right? Yes, I want to be there. That comes out from your heart, right? But what stops us from, not being there on IPL on TV? So let's have some views on that. Not necessarily being your brand, could be from your brand learnings. What could stop a brand from not choosing to be on IPL on TV? Who would like to go? This is an open question.
So I think the most important reason is not what stops us. I think it's just clear-cut target audience segmentation, and we need to know where our product journey lies. It is just simply that fit. If that fit is not matching, then I doubt any of us on this platform will associate with any property, irrespective of where our product or brand stands. So therefore, the whole idea is that if that doesn't connect, I doubt any of us will be biased towards a media vehicle just because we like it or we do not like it.
So the numbers are all there, but when you say target audience, IPL does deliver to everybody, right? We have so many single TV homes, so there's no question of not delivering. What did you mean by that?
It depends upon, again, like I said, it all depends upon what your priority for the year is. It is all depending upon your messaging. It's all going to depend upon whether you want to, have you done this demographic segmentation and have you targeted them?
Elaborate with an example?
So I'm going to go with mine. In my case, my demographic profiling fits per se Rupee. We have multiple other brands in our house. There is a chance that those brands may not associate with IPL for various reasons. So therefore, the brand fit in our stable of brands works with Rupee, we are associating with it.
Sure.
And therefore, that's the answer.
And that need not be required consistently, year on year.
Yes, like I said, it all depends upon your product and your brand and what do you want to do with it this year.
Sure.
And yes, of course, budgets are always the big question for all of us.
Keeping that aside, I mean, I know that is of course one of the key reasons, but that's not the prerogative. Anything else that we think? One of the things, for example, a lot of brands do say to us is that you can't innovate, and which is why I asked Anjali, you can't really innovate much on IPL because, you have spots and then you invest on spots and you have to take a minimum of X number of spots and you would land up, I mean, you can't do that much necessarily beyond that. So is that a major constraint?
Yeah, I think one small piece, I think you've got to separate it out as an audience and as a marketer. So you've got to be careful that this is a huge passion thing for people who are watching it. So it's a huge engagement. So you're, in one sense, if you can't do the blending really well, you are in one sense competing with that, right? And that you've got to be careful about, right? Mondelez, right? Everybody loves chocolate. Everybody loves cement when they're making homes. But I think that's the audience that you've got to define, that tricky piece. As to what's this, it's a double-edged sword kind of stuff. If you've not managed the integrations really well, and that's the constant, I think, struggle a little bit with sports in India kind of stuff, or sports telecast in India, the degree of flexibility in terms of innovation, I think there lies a little bit of a hitch, especially when brands don't have a very natural fit in terms of a passion, or let's say you're not necessarily a sports linked brand. So I think that's the tricky piece that you've got to be really careful about. Because you will get lost. You'll get lost.
One more thing is, it's all about the task in hand. So if it's a new product which you are supposed to launch, it's a great platform. If you want to reach out to large scale heartland of the country, it's a great platform because within weeks you are able to reach out to more than 400 million audience. What stops people probably who would not be advertising on IPL is all about if over the years you have seen the key big players on IPL, the number of spots or the total airtime which they have bought are so significantly high that the rest of the 20-30 brands who are advertising have a very, very limited share of voice.
The sponsors versus I was just coming to that. Yeah.
And that's why one of the reasons is post IPL, when people would have invested millions of dollars, and smaller brands also, post IPL, when they evaluate their scores and all, it may not match up to after a month or two in terms of the consumers would have actually, recalled the brand being on IPL.
So yeah, I could add to that, which is that if any brand desires to be on IPL, the big concern would be, will I get lost out in clutter? Will I be overshadowed by other large brands, right? And obviously, we've also experienced that over a period of time. But what we've realized is as long as your content is strong, and again, coming back to your innovation question, if your creative is strong and if your creative is entertaining and if it's memorable, and what we've also realized is that shorter duration formats in IPL work. So for the first time, we did a 10-second or 15-seconder, different cuts of the same 15-seconder, so not the same story. And when you run that frequency, and if it's memorable, you can stand out of the clutter. That's what we've experienced. So our focus during IPL is create kick-ass advertising that in 15 seconds will stand out. And if we get there, then we don't need innovation. We don't need that kind of frequency. We shouldn't be bothered that we'll be overshadowed, because through content, one can stand out.
That's a very strong statement, isn't that? Wonderful. And I do remember, I think it was the second or third season that we had a shortage of budgets, and we said, no, we need to be on IPL. We took other channels, but we took just about, I think, 5 matches, if I'm not mistaken, the first 5 matches. And like Girish said, the new communication content can play the king through just your advertising. So wow, IPL on TV, yes, Girish has said a lot. So kudos to that. But yeah, sponsorship, what's your take as Mondelez, Anjali, on this whole sponsorship versus spot buy on IPL? Because one of the views we all have as media planners is that what else do you get apart from promo tags? So I mean, of course, you do build a lot of content, but this is a basic question that do you need to be a sponsor? What does that give you?
So I'll be very honest. You don't need to be a sponsor, but you need to be visible. You cannot come onto something that is as large as IPL that caters to a mass audience with a brand that doesn't have the bandwidth to be on it. Right. So that's the reason why when we are on IPL also, we are largely on IPL on TV with brands that are recruiting new users to the category. And that is the reason why this is a big ticket item meant for mass brands where you're reaching out to significantly large audience size. And if you build a sponsorship into it, it has to be more from a perspective of what am I using that sponsorship for? For us, sponsorship works more from the perspective of the whole exercise around building the brand proposition, and therefore I don't use the sponsorship only to get, to more inventory on the platform. All our efforts go towards building brand proposition, and that's why there's a lot of content that's created out of it, and it's consistent. So every single year that we come on board, we build consistency on the kind of communication that we have with IPL, and we have a special idea that is crafted only for IPL. When you were speaking and everybody else was speaking about what are the barriers to getting to IPL, if I was to set cost aside and if I was to set, the demographics being obviously a fit, I think the single largest driver to be on IPL has to be a very, very strong brand idea. And if you don't have that, then you're just using it like any other inventory that you can get, which is high impact. So if you have a great brand idea, you can find great ways to build the brand around it. And with consistency, you can deliver even brand metrics on it over a period of time, which is how we look at IPL.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I think one more question that I'm getting is like, what is the role of B2C versus B2B on IPL? Because there is a lot of reach. But brands that are both B2C, B2B is fine. But what about some B2B brands? Anyone would like to share what they feel about that?
So I think we have a strange situation. We don't need to market in metros, right? Because nobody buys cement as an individual customer, right? 70% of our audience.
Hold the mic.
Yeah, 70% of our audience which buys, which is B2C audience, that's upcountry, right? Which is tier 1 and down. So it's a tricky situation. What this delivers, there's nothing wrong with what they deliver. does it fit us? That's the question for us to ask. Having said that, I think I just go against that myth that B2B does not need advertising. In fact, B2B, the strongest reason why your sales teams get across the door and get, I think when in rooms you are not there and decision is getting made, is because somebody's heard. And B2B, we all know, is defensive decision making. And people like to go with brands that are salient, what they've heard, and therefore it makes sense. Sometimes it makes sense. For us, yeah, we've got to think.
We've heard of Fevicol being mentioned, of course,
Yeah.
earlier.
So from Polycap standpoint, when we started advertising on IPL, which was in 2017, we were a 95% B2B company. Okay. And while both the businesses grew, you would be still surprised that our B2B has also grown at a similar pace what B2C is. Today, the ratio is around 70-30. Yeah. But as he mentioned, it gives the brand a stature. When you speak to the B2B audience, finally you are talking to an individual, a human being. Whether he's a manufacturer or an OEM, finally he's a consumer. He's taking a decision on a brand perception. Yeah. So I think B2B or B2C, it's probably the brand stature, if it has to be built, I think it's the best platform.
Exactly. I think stature plays a major role. Imagine telling the trade that, okay, please watch my spots on digital at so and so time. Can't do that.
So I still remember Sam is here, and I remember his famous statement that if you want to build a brand, you can't do it in private. You have to do it in public, right? So whether it's B2B or B2C, of course, one will only have to assess the efficiencies because the wastage for a B2B brand will be higher. We were only a B2B brand when we started advertising in IPL. We turned to B2C in 2011. So for about 4 years, we advertised central air conditioning solutions. We advertised only a duct that you see, not even a product. But the fact of the matter is that consumers, both B2B and B2C, are watching an event like IPL. And therefore, it does make sense if you want to, like he rightly mentioned, it gives your brand a particular stature because not everybody can invest in IPL.
And
So it gives you a
Girish,
stature.
you could also add how HD relevance hence was higher earlier because
Absolutely.
you were B2B. You could just mention.
So primarily at that juncture, HD was just kicking in, and which is why we were one of the first brands to go on HD. Again, because of the same, economies in terms of efficiencies. Because, we weren't targeting a B2C audience, we were targeting a B2B. So when HD came in, HD really made sense. I've also advertised only on the English feed and not the Hindi feed. Okay, we've also done those bits to ensure that the efficiencies are in place, but at the same time, we try to focus on the B2B audience. So I'd say, irrespective of B2B, B2C, if one can just keep aside the efficiencies, from a platform perspective, there's nothing as powerful as cricket. And obviously, IPL plays a major role there.
You want to say something? Yeah.
So we are essentially B2, B2C brand, which just simply means that you can't buy a RuPay card just off any shop. You have to walk into my partner's branch, which is 1,300 banks in India, and you have to or work with a partner. It could be a Tata, it could be any of the partners, co-branded cards that we have. Now, for us, the way it works is that the platforms have actually, because they have helped our brand uplift, automatically all our B2B customers have, sort of worked with us to ensure that the entire campaign has sort of helped leverage even their own business. So while we haven't, the IPL campaign is a completely B2C facing campaign. However, the B2B part of it is that we work very closely with our partners to leverage it. And it also in turn helps them work, in ensuring that their consumers walk into their branch and ask for a RuPay card.
Anjali, you want to add anything?
We are completely B2C, so don't have a perspective on that really.
Sure, no issues. So I think we're now open to whatever each one of you wants to add to your extra, anything that we missed out through my questions, anything else that you would like to share as from your side on IPL, anything else that we missed out. Ajay would always like to add.
No, so I don't think we are breaking news here saying it's a great property, it does well, right? We are not adding too much side to it. I think the piece that if we've got to build a proposition from an advertiser's point of view really well, I think it's not a one size fit all. I think the opening up carefully of stuff which is integration and knowing that brand solutions kind of need to fit well, I think that needs to be the way of the game. While there is tremendous build from the consumer side, I'm not seeing as much build. There is some, but as much build from an advertiser proposition point of view, right? It's because there is sufficient demand. Maybe I think that flexibility is not happening. Maybe it will. I think that flexibility would get a lot more people to participate into a property, which any case is fabulous from a consumer's point of view, right? The second piece from this big point of view is that we need to have possibly a very different approach, I think, going segment by segment, right? The third onus, I think it's on advertisers, is to build the kind of content, the kind of advertising, given, I think, the media owners allow that, which also makes it not just even from a consumer and cricket point of view, but also from an advertising and because the only breaking news that I think people love good advertising, consumers love good advertising and good content. It's not one or the other kind of stuff. I think allowing that would add lots of facets to IPL as a property beyond what it already is a great game.
Absolutely. I think content is very important. I think a lot of brands literally look at their calendars and see what are we going to bring out during IPL. So that's one of the things. Short duration has been, yes, of course.
I thought you were winding up. I got a very critical question. It is IPL 2023 TV versus digital. TV this time Star versus Jio. Arguably these should be similar. The concurrency stroke ratings will be similar. And CPM for TV should be in the same ballpark. Would you go for TV? Would you go for digital? And why?
Vikram, just to add to some of the stuff that I added, I think we are looking at audience from a opportunity to view point of view. We've got to discount it from some of the perspectives that we talked about, right? On attention span, on stuff which is viewing together. I think those are things that you've got to be really, really careful, because I think those things show in our output metrics. I think in this case, I think TV is the game to go, right? If there is a choice.
So what I feel is small is big, which means, of course, the small screen is big and is growing much faster, but bigger is better from my experience.
So I think IPL is a mass bombarding platform. And if your objective is mass bombarding, it's not performance marketing, it's not targeting. I think television would be far more effective, because obviously television, even today, if you go with the stats, there are 220 million sets penetration, installed in the country. 150 million are still cathode ray tubes. So obviously, if you're targeting tier 3, 4, 5 towns, television in terms of reach would be far more effective. As long as you don't really want to do too much of performance marketing or targeting, which I don't think a platform like IPL really needs, the focus should be on TV.
So I don't think it's this versus that, because they are both completely in our heads, a little different demographic profiling sort of targeting. To answer your question, will we go with this versus that? I doubt we can answer your question at this point, but it's a completely different mathematics that works in one and a completely different mathematics that works in the other one. That's how we're treating it right now.
Anjali?
Yeah, so we would go with both. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we have enough data to back the fact that large brands with mass presence do extremely well on IPL on television. Whereas the moment you start looking at niche brands where you just want to get presence and you want to get salience for the brand at an opportune moment, it makes sense to go with digital. So all the brands on which we are trying to build brand proposition, we are trying to deeply penetrate into markets, and brands that are, recruiting new users to our category are all on TV. And the ones that are, more niche, targeting, very small audience segments and have not such ambitious business objectives also are on digital. So both are important to us.
Thank you. And I'd just like to end with saying this one point that in the Super Bowl and in a very developed market in the US, the trend is again in favor of TV. 90% plus of revenues there is from television versus digital. India, yes, even I said in one of the interviews, in fact, in Impact Magazine, what are the trends to watch? Like Vikram was asking, this is one of the key trends we're all waiting for. I wish we had an answer. Let's see how it unravels, because a lot of brands are also looking out for digital in a new way this time. But as of now, chosen destination seems to be television. I was asked not to take too many questions, but I'll leave it because we are running out of time. So you could catch us outside maybe during lunch, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
I think that's very kind of Vanita to do the same, because of course time is of our biggest value and we also value their expertise. So ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for all our eminent dignitaries. If I may now have the honor of calling upon the EVP Network Brand Strategy Times Network, Anup Vishwanathan, to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Vishwanathan. But we now have the felicitations in place for all our dignitaries. Once again, thank you to each and every one of you for joining us. First up, starting with Vanita. Thank you, Vanita. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What an excellent session on television, the chosen destination for IPL viewing. Thank you to Ajay. Thank you, Girish. Thank you, Nilesh. And also let's have a big round of applause for Anjali also for joining us virtually. Thank you, Anjali. Thank you, Lalita. Could we have all of you please together for a group photograph? Would you like them ahead of the tables? All right. So ladies and gentlemen, this calls for the perfect shot. Hashtag E4M TV first. A big gratitude to all our dignitaries for joining us. And thank you, Anjali, for accommodating virtually with us. And thank you, Vanita, for curating it so well. Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. Once again, Girish, Lalita, Nilesh, Ajay, thank you once again. So, well, the sessions are getting more and more powerful with every minute passing at the E4M TV First conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next up, the person joining us absolutely needs no introduction. The entire industry is synonymous to his learnings, his sharings. Ladies and gentlemen, a special keynote on the power of big screen. It is time to call the big man himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Madison World, Sam Balsara. Sam, how are you doing? Great to have you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. And thank you, Anurag and Naval, for inviting me to speak again at this conference. I hope I will have your attention for the next 20 minutes, because as I see it, increasingly in a fragmented, busy, noisy, multitasking world, getting the attention of another person is proving to be more and more difficult, though it is very necessary to achieve anything. And this is more so in our world of advertising and media. Now, for decades, media experts and marketing gurus have grown up in the belief that maximizing reach at least cost should be our ultimate mantra. But increasingly, as I see it, today's environment demands that to get a response, what we need is to importantly focus on attention grabbing, the medium through which our message is communicated and the context in which the message is communicated. The goldfish is known not just for its beauty and smooth and fast movements, but it is supposed to have a very low attention span, as low as 9 seconds. Now, we all know that in India, it is mobile that rules. In a country of 1.3 or now 1.4 billion, we are supposed to have 1.6 billion mobiles, of which 1 billion are smartphones. And a lot of digital advertising is consumed on mobile. A recent Microsoft study, or not so recent actually, established that the biggest casualty of mobile adoption has been attention span. And it is now down from 12 seconds in 2000 to 8 seconds in 2015, even lower than the goldfish's attention span. And today, I'm sure in 2023 in India, it must have gone even lower. Now, there is no doubt that it is thanks to smartphones, access to information has become very easy. But unfortunately, as I see it, this has brought about its own challenges for people like us. See what Simon, a Nobel laureate, says: wealth of information creates a poverty of attention. These days, my mantra, in fact, for many decades that has been my mantra, it's always more important not to read a lot, read very little, but importantly, absorb or whatever little you read. Because otherwise, reading a lot is of no use. We live in a world today that is marked by lower attention span, which makes, unfortunately, our advertising work not as well as it did a few years ago. Some of you have heard me talk about a time in 1990 when Madison was very new, when I put out a double spot of a 30-second Synthol Lime ad on Mahabharat on 4 consecutive Sundays, which helped gain for the newly launched soap a 5.3% share of the premium soap market, upsetting the leader Liral's apple cart. Of course, gone are those days. Short-term advertising strength or STAS is a term or concept that some of us are exposed to, and a fast emerging media researcher, Professor Karen Nelson Field, demonstrates through extensive studies that attention and STAS are closely related. See this graph. Higher the attention, higher the short-term advertising strength. Another study by TV Vision that Ajay also quoted demonstrates that 40% brand awareness can be reached with only 600 GRPs, which are high in attention, but you would need 2,200 GRPs for ads that have low attention capability. Some of you have heard me talk about Professor Karen Nelson from Australia in our first conference in this series. Her work on the relative impact of TV exposure versus digital exposure is rapidly gaining ground in many parts of the world now. Fundamentally, she says three things. A significant relationship exists between attention and sales. And there is a direct relationship between sales and video size. And three, larger the screen, bigger the sales impact. Recently, my colleague Vikram met the global CEO of Nielsen in Bombay, and his view was that screen size is not important. What is important is the context. But I tend to agree more with Professor Nelson. She has also written a wonderful new book titled The Attention Economy and How Media Works. Simple truths for marketers. I would urge all of you in this room to read this book. Those of us who have read Byron Sharp's book and have been following it, I would say sometimes blindly, are well advised to read this book. A necessary condition of attention is viewability. And for viewability, there are three critical factors. One, coverage. Coverage is the proportion of the screen that the ad covers. Clutter. What else is going around the ad on the screen? And lastly, dwell time, or the time for which one is exposed to the ad. Now, we all know that on coverage, TV and cinema offer advertisers 100% coverage. But not all digital video, unfortunately, offers us that. A study conducted as recently as August 22 shows that as screen coverage increases, attention goes up disproportionately. If only half the screen is available to an ad, you get less than half the attention. So screen coverage according to research, is a very important element of how well or how poorly an ad works. Again, on clutter, TV tends to score. Since at least when the ad is playing, the screen is clutter-free, unlike in many formats of digital ads, especially when you're scrolling your news feeds. A larger issue to my mind is the lax standards followed by digital publishers for digital video. If a video ad is seen on the screen with 50% of pixels for at least 2 continuous seconds, the mighty Media Rating Council for Video Viewability Standards says it can be counted as a view for the advertiser. Now, I'm sure all of us feel that 2 continuous seconds is just too low. Many studies, I think even by digital publishers, have shown that sales impact begins to increase dramatically when the exposure increases beyond 5 seconds. Up to 5 seconds is very poor. Piyush Pandey, a creativity guru and the man behind impactful ads of Cadbury, Pidilite, Asian Paints, and many more, who would say it should be a minimum of 60 seconds. And unfortunately, each of our digital publishers follow their own definition and standards on viewability, which unfortunately we are forced to accept. Facebook counts a view if an ad is seen in stream or in stories for 3 seconds. Pinterest and Twitter count a view if the ad is seen for 2 continuous seconds. Mercifully, YouTube's TrueView gives us a full view, but Facebook's TruePlay counts a view if 97% is seen or at least 15 seconds are seen. Again, standards for key attention influencers like full screen, ad skippable, video autoplay, and audio automatically on vary dramatically by publishers. On the other hand, we all know that TV measurement is far more robust. The technical committee of BARC is headed not by a television person, but by an agency person who's sitting here. There is a common rating system that is used for all channels, established by industry practitioners, established by the entire industry, which combines advertisers, media owners, and media agencies, who decide what is a view, how those views are to be measured, and how they are to be reported. And by God, do the media owners create a ruckus, and do the advertisers create a ruckus if there is an attempt to change the viewability standards? Now, with so much variation amongst digital publishers and the standard used by TV, I should think one would need to establish for oneself some equivalence metrics to make comparison amongst digital publishers and TV channels to arrive at a metric for a multimedia plan. Whilst I'm sure no two experts will agree on a common equivalent standard, many large advertisers have developed their own, maybe rough and ready, based on some limited research, belief systems in this area. To my mind, it is very necessary to establish this equivalence metric, especially for YouTube skippable and non-skippable, Facebook's through play, and TV, with TV being the gold standard. You'll see on this slide one such attempt by my agency. By no means it's the last word on the subject, but it's an attempt to enable comparison on a common platform for a multimedia plan. Viewability equalization with television at 100 is, I believe, very necessary in today's media. Most quoted, I may say, is an ubiquity study which measures media channel efficiency and which puts online video at 22% compared to TV's 100%. So the key learnings I take out for myself are, number one, we are becoming an attention deficit society. And as media planners or marketers, we have to be keenly aware of this. We need to move from just reach to reach adjusted for attention metrics. Viewability, we have to recognize, is a basic attention metric. And given the multitude of definitions across digital publishers on what constitutes a view, arriving at a viewability equalization is very necessary. However, and there is a big however, you cannot deny the fact that we live today and in India in a digital world. Dramatic, I underscore, changes have taken place in media consumption habits, which has made digital video a necessary element in most brands' plans. Now, I am aware that I'm speaking in a TV first conference, but I believe our commitment should be not necessarily to a medium, but our commitment should be to increasing the advertisers' sales. And I think it is, as I see it, in the long-term interest of every media owner also, never mind whether he's a TV medium owner or a digital owner or a cinema owner or whatever, and his interests will stand protected only if the advertiser achieves his long-term objective of increasing his sales or increasing his market share. For a long time, when media owners want to push prices of their media properties to astronomical levels, I have been of the view, of course, a minority view, that this may not even be in their interest. Now, why do I say so? Because for a long time, I've held in my mind the theory of what I call an upward spiral and a downward spiral. And I have seen at my agency the impact of this. Now, what do I mean by this? Let me explain. When an advertiser comes to Madison and spends money through us, if we are able to achieve his objective, if we are able to increase his market share, he comes back to us next year and the year after and the year after with larger budgets. This is what I have seen consistently over the last 34 years of Madison. When an advertiser comes to Madison and we are not able to deliver to him what he is seeking or what we collectively sought out to achieve, he may at the most come back the next year with a higher budget, but he's not going to come back in year 3, 4, 5. And that is what I call the downward spiral. So it is in our collective interest to make sure that all said and done, the most important thing is to make the output grow. If the output grows, then advertising input will automatically grow. Now, we all know that connected TV is emerging quite fast. Currently, whilst there are no exact estimates available, we believe 10 to 15% of the 210 million TV households have connected TV. 20 million TV sets are sold almost annually of smart TVs. That's 90% of all TVs. In the next 3 years, some estimates say that 50% of TV households could be connected TVs. Unfortunately, we have to recognize this. And you cannot ignore the fact that linear TV's viewership is coming down. Connected TV is emerging fast, and connected TV, more importantly to my mind, offers us a unique benefit: the targetability of digital and the viewability of television. Another emerging chink in TV's armor is that we now know that TV viewership is not equal even among every person in a defined target audience. About a third of that audience are really light TV viewers who are underserved by any TV campaign. And thanks to BARC, these figures are now readily available to us. In this example I have here, if a TV plan delivered 540 GRPs, heavy TV viewers would get 913 GRPs and light TV viewers would get only 242 GRPs. and they would be seriously underserved. And Google very clearly now gives us the option of choosing to target those live TV viewers so you can meet the gap in your TV plan by adding digital video to reach the live viewers of television. So in my view, digital videos growing usage along with its targetability option makes up for lower viewability and should be used intelligently and selectively to make up the gaps in a TV plan without letting costs go through the roof. Another advantage offered by digital is behavioral targeting. While this may not make sense for large mass brands, but for brands that want to appeal to narrow audiences or want to top up their mass campaigns, need to take a serious look at this, as we do for, say, to reach just married or those who have just become parents for Nicotex, or those who are planning to get married, as we do for Tanishq, or those interested in home decoration, as we do for Asian Paints. So digital, as I said, gives us the opportunity to reinforce our mass-based TV plans with this very powerful capability. And also, it offers us, as we all know, tremendous creative possibilities. So, to my mind, the reality is media mix decisions have today become very complex, and seldom can you use only one medium alone as we used to do in the past. Also, the era of one size fits all is long gone. To my mind, as the world becomes more and more complex, including our media planning world, I believe the success of the media planner of today and tomorrow is going to be not how well he can deal with this complexity and for himself reduce this complexity, draw simple home truths from all the complex data that is available, and not move away from the simple conclusions he or she makes in her mind. It reminds me of a man who I learned to respect a lot during my association with him, and I recall Dhirubhai Ambani and his overall view of life in business. As you all know, he was no big technocrat, he was no big technology expert. He started as a petrol pump attendant in Eden. And from there to where? But he had a sharp but simple mind. I believe his major strength was his ability to reduce complexity into simple, actionable, strategic points for himself in his mind. First, when he started, he was only what was called a dalal or an agent to sell yarn. He realized that he was making only 1 paise per kilo of yarn. So he said, why don't I go back and make or sell whatever yarn is made of? And that is how he kept going back, till when he was already a big industrialist, he went into petrochemicals. When his son wanted to go into telecom, the newfangled thing then, I think in the 80s or 90s, he told his son that you will succeed in telecom if you can offer to consumers a call at 5 paise per call. That was a time when Vodafone, or I think it was called Max Touch or something like that then, was selling calls at 16 rupees a minute for both outgoing and ingoing. Why 5 paise per call? Because that was the cost of the postcard. And that was the most common communication means used in India. So, guys, to my mind, our task is to draw some simple conclusions and act on them in this complex world. Having said that, I think I must end by saying TV till today in India continues to be the staple medium for large mass brands. You can't beat TV for its brand building capability. You can't beat TV for its low CPRPs, lowest costs per additional reach points, mass reach, high attention value amongst those who watch TV. But using TV alone in your media plan, very often for many brands is a risk because media habits are rapidly changing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sarah. So we just request you to please step in the center. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, could we have a big round of applause for the man defining our industry? Could I get more volume on the mic? Could I get more volume on the mic? Thank you. And on that note, if I could now have the honor of calling upon Mr. Balsara, the CEO and the Chief Strategy Officer, South Asia, Chairman India, to kindly join us, Mr. Dheeraj Sinha. Do we have Mr. Sinha with us right now for the felicitation? I believe sir's not in the room right now. Do we have Dheeraj Sinha?
Okay, we can do it later.
No. Okay. Or else, could we have Dheeraj Sinha is here? Sir, if you could have the opportunity of calling you on the stage to felicitate Mr. Sam Balsara. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue.
Hi, Dheeraj. How are you? All well?
For the iconic moment right now.
So, oh, oh.
Mr. Balsara, just for the perfect photo op moment. Thank you. So while the stage is being set, I'll quickly introduce so that we can start with the panel. I know we're a little short of time. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, we're talking about our next panel discussion, which is through TV, the power of big screen. Could we get Mr. Balsara's mic off? Yeah, thank you. Balsara has been a backbone of building for decades, and apart from long-term well-being, we received the pleasure to demonstrate our eyes on marketing spends. The big screen, well experience brings players together and builds shared experience and brand conversation. On this arrangement, it is now time for me to call upon our partners and our panelists on stage. First up, RPSG Capital Ventures Sandeep Dash to kindly join us. Could we have a warm round of applause for Sandeep? If I could now have the Nicholas Korean Purification Appliance Group, this time Mr. Girish Hingorani. The Chief Revenue Officer of Times Network, Gopal Pavan. VP Sales, Marketing, and Customer Service, Tata Motors Limited Passenger Vehicles, Rajan Amma. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Rajan, for joining us. And to curate and conduct this entire conversation forward, we're elated to have our session chair, the CEO and the Chief Strategy Officer, South Asia, Lebanon, Chairman BDH India, Dheeraj Sinha. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion, of course, about bringing events through TV, the power of big screen. I'm Mr. Sinha to take it forward. Could I get volume on this mic? Just allow us a moment.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, good afternoon. How are we doing? Yeah, I know it's been a busy and back-to-back session for everybody and you are hungry. So I think we finished the panel discussion just outside the room while we were waiting for the panel to happen. But I think today we're discussing the role of TV, right? And obviously all the noise for last 5, 7, 8 years has been around digital. And it is interesting that we've come back and we're discussing TV today. And on the panel, there are very many experts who spent their lifetime building D2C brands through digital. So it's going to be an interesting conversation, definitely. Today, we'll try and discuss the role of TV overall, why TV is still important. We'll look at how TV works in conjunction with other media, right? Because part of a funnel and not a standalone itself. We'll see if we can discuss a bit about connected TV, and I think that's the most that we'll be able to do. Maybe role of IPL, etc. So that's really the agenda. We'll see how much we can kind of cover. So the first question really I want to ask the panel is that, despite the fact that digital is so big, 900 million people on YouTube, 250 million doing UPI, half of that doing e-commerce and so on and so forth. The digital number in India is fantastic, but so is TV data, right? Almost about 180 billion of spends on television, right? And personally, I think at Leo Burnett, we've had the joy of building large brands such as Amazon, Spotify, PhonePe, all through TV work, right? So digital native brands being built on TV in India. So I want to ask the panel the first question, which is, what about TV still makes it, the best ROI, the most popular medium for building narrative, for most popular medium for building even D2C brands in a country like India? So somebody start with you and your views on why do you think TV still works and what about it still works?
I think this works. Yeah. So I think television is still the key media to get trust and impact for a brand. What I mean by trust is it's just human conditioning. When you see an ad for a brand on television, you start thinking this brand has enough money, must have enough consumers. It's big enough for me to trust it. And that's where the trust comes from. And impact is all about reaching a large audience at the same time. I mean, don't get me wrong. I come from a background of D2C and digital marketing. There is a possibility of reaching a large audience on digital as well, but not as quickly and as efficiently as you can do on television.
We can trust efficiency and speed as well, right? Rajan, coming to you, right? I mean, you sell cars under a very trusted name, Tata, right? How do you use TV and what is the role for TV you feel, especially in today's times?
I think one of the things that we often forget, that TV is a very social medium in the sense that the whole family watches, and we are in a category where the families take decisions. It's not always individuals, right? So the whole family, in my previous experiences in jewelry, in Tanishq as well, again, jewelry buying is a family experience, right? So the fact that this is that only medium, I still feel it's the only medium. Digital is not a social medium in that sense. For brands like us, which are high value purchase brands, it's a considered decision. It's a family decision. The kids are influencing, the grandmother's influencing it. the TV makes a lot of sense. And, adding further to what somebody just said, the fact that it's got the most widespread of penetration in that sense. And I think that it allows us to tell stories. The larger screen allows us to tell stories in a family setting in a much more inclusive way than digital does. And that certainly helps brands like us, certainly with the Tata name, which is very well penetrated across households. And for high value categories like us, I think it's an absolute must that we are on television as one of the platforms.
Amazing. So you're saying what works for mobile, which is individual consumption, right? TV stands as a medium for completely opposite, which is social and together and narrative building, right? Girish, coming to you, right? How in your line of work have you used TV? And is it any different from what Sambit and Rajan have spoken about as a role of TV, especially in today's times?
So for sure, if you really analyze the various media available today, television by far is perhaps the most powerful and effectively building equity and awareness. The most efficient way to reach it, as the panelists said, digital may not help you get there effectively. To my mind, of course, as a brand, Blue Star has been built on television over the last 2 decades or so. We were not advertising, and you'd be surprised that the first 1 decade we were just in the B2B business. We weren't even in the consumer business, but we still kept investing on television because, as I mentioned earlier, that brand equity cannot be built in private. It has to be reaching out to as many consumers as you can, even if you're a B2B brand. Of course, efficiencies will come into play. But having said that, the audiovisual experience that television gives you, without you having that option of skipping the ads and other things, etc., there's nothing to beat television. Digital, print, outdoor, radio will be reminder mediums in a way. They're more when you've already built your awareness and you want to convert that into conversions or into sales, then it helps a lot. But having said that, there is nothing as powerful to my mind to build your brand other than television, even till today.
Yeah. Gaurav, you have a stake in the game, right? You're part of a TV network. So how do you see, what is the role, why is TV still holding on? And what's the unique proposition TV brings that nobody else does?
So thank you very much to have us here on the panel. Firstly, see what TV does is, very beautifully, it helps you address key behavior points. If you want to impact behavior of any particular market, you will see that TV actually works beautifully. And an example that I can talk about is what happened during COVID. A lot of people wanted to have access to best medical care, daily news updates of what are the policies of travel and other guidelines. In fact, Prime Minister Modi came on television more than 12 times in that year. Almost every month there was an event that he was coming and addressing the country through the medium of TV. So clearly, it shows that TV has a far bigger impact. You trust the TV world very easily. There's a lot of credibility that comes with it. And more importantly, TV, even today, is the highest reach medium in India. 70% of India is connected through television in one way or the other. So, that kind of reach cannot be ignored by a marketer, And even after that, there is a headroom. There could be one part of the market that may never get TV connected, right? They may not be able to afford a TV or whichever way you look at the software. But you can still take TV up to another 80–82%. That's a large part of a 1.4 billion market. TV today has close to 890 or 900 million connections in India. It's a large canvas. So looking at the might of TV, looking at the credibility and the trust that it affords, and I think my key aspect is that it helps change behaviors. So when you want people to become more healthy, you do something with TV. You want people to become, wiser on investments. Again, TV comes in the center of that. So we'll talk about it. But yeah, TV has been that strong medium of influence and impact.
Behavior change and scale, Gaurav, that's what you're talking about. We want to get a little bit more nuanced on this conversation, right? Because it's obviously not either or, it's not one size fits all. We'll discuss a bit on how does TV work in relation to other mediums, right? So for example, if you're a young startup, right, chances are you can, do all the initial numbers through performance and you don't really need to get on TV. And we've had experience on brands which have done very well on performance early. And then as you continue to performance marketing, it becomes very expensive, right? And then you bring TV cover, you bring an air cover, and you realize that performance becomes, more affordable and easier and so on and so forth. So that's one aspect of looking at TV as a part of the funnel of bottom funnel as well. The other is increasingly we're seeing, for example, Coinbase at Super Bowl, right? It just played a QR code for 15 seconds. So TV, even in terms of content, is interacting with other medium, right? The TV ad is connected to a QR code, is connected to Twitter. So how are we seeing, and how should we see TV as a part of other mediums and other format? Samit, your thoughts on that, especially from the Honasa experience?
Yeah, I think we can do a panel discussion just on this one question. There are so many angles to it. I mean, to start from the way I remember when I started off my career with, I was working for Nestle and we just launched Nestea iced tea. One of the first things to do on awareness was put it on television in summers. That's it. Put it on television, mass cover, everyone gets to know about it. The other way is how a lot of new age startups deal with the same problem. When you start off a company, what do you do in the beginning? You can't afford to put it on television. So you start going for the smallest niche, which you can find maybe on digital. You can go more targeted. Once you go a little bigger and you still want to tell a story, like these guys were saying, a larger audiovisual format tells a story much better. So they go to connected television or they go to HDTV. And they just go, they just go bigger and bigger from a very small niche, and digital allows them to go niche. But finally, when they have to go mass, impact, trust, it has to end up at television. So I think that's the way to look at it. Both have their own roles. And in a media plan, you use it as per the stage of your business. The second aspect of it is also how, and I think, BBH would be a great story to tell of how stories are being told in the different mediums and how both mediums are learning from each other. Suddenly, television is attributable. There are questions being asked. The biggest success of digital used to be that it's attributable. Now, television, there are companies like Policy Bazaar, even at Mamaearth, we used to do it, where television spots on a particular time spot you get to know after a week, and you try to map it with how much traffic, how many installs on the app you got, and you try to do a correlation and you figure out attribution. On the other hand, the television media has kind of influenced digital as well. The audiovisual content on digital is not just 15-second performance ads. It's also storytelling. It's also content pieces. It's long format, 2-minute brand stories, etc. One of the best creative for me from Mamaearth days was when we told our purpose, which was a 2.5-minute video, which was pretty much what television used to be during the Doordarshan days. So there's so much that's happening in relation, both in media mix planning and also in kind of creatives learning from each other.
Very interesting, Samit. You're saying that the television as a medium is also changing. It's not just about long-term brand building. It is also about attribution and immediate kind of impact. Rajan, how would you react to that? You're also in a category where I'm told that 60-70% journey is getting completed online. So how are you seeing online and other medium and television in conjunction?
I think the TV piece is definitely important for us. There's no getting away from it, especially when it's such a high revenue, high unit value category. So especially when you're launching new brands, it's definitely very, very relevant. That's our baseline. In fact, we've used IPL very, very successfully. Since 2018, we've been partners with them. And on the digital side, we largely use it from a performance marketing perspective, from a reminder perspective, post the bigger campaign, or to even form relationships where we can do activities that possibly create interest and drive consumers to a store. Fundamentally, that's the primary aim of all our, anybody on this panel out there's marketing campaigns to get people to come to the stores. And for us, that's the integration of both is extremely important. I think television, with the advent of high impact properties, whether it's IPL, whether it's Big Boss, whether it's even the Shark Tank. The biggest irony is that if you watch the American Shark Tank, even the brands who don't get funding sell out because they were on television. That's the that's the beauty and power of television. I think television has increasingly found properties which are unique to them, which are sustainable only on them. I thought, for example, that Coffee with Karan, which was done this time on Hotstar only, it was such a damn squib because as a family we used to enjoy it together, irrespective of the quality. We won't discuss quality of the program, but it just took the mojo out of the whole thing, right? So the integration for any brand today in a very costly market, we have to choose our audiences very carefully, and therefore the programs that we tie up with. And also, it also depends on the product life cycle of the brand. Where are you in the product life cycle of the brand? Certainly for startups, it would be unviable to go on television, but if they were to go on television, that's your instant 15 seconds of fame, right? And then what happens next is anybody's guess, depending on how well you're geared up to handle it and what kind of quality of product you have. So I think both, there's no getting away from either of the two. Television, because of its reach and penetration, is still going to be a very, very relevant medium. But we have to use the integration with digital and social media very, very wisely.
And you're saying digital is more a follow-up and a more a closing mechanism for you. Yeah, Girish, how have you, I mean, you said that you've used television for long-term brand building, right? How do you use television in conjunction with other medium? How do you see it interact with other medium? Is it changing itself? How do you see it as a part of the mix?
I think for sure, television is learning from the other mediums as well. From a perspective of what other mediums like say digital, and digital has really grown a lot on influencer marketing, and television branded content is becoming more and more popular going forward. So obviously advertisers are concerned that if consumers don't see their TV commercials, how do you still integrate your brand with content on television? So I think that's what television is learning from other mediums, that if you really want to get to a TG without them going through a TV commercial, then this is the way to do it. Again, having said that, television has a very important objective, like I equated to mass bombarding, whereas digital is more surgical strikes or micro surgical strikes. So that's a big difference between the two. It all depends on your objective. If you want to do mass bombarding, build your brand, television, there's nothing to beat it, like I mentioned earlier, but digital will just help you reach to a particular target group far more efficient. So obviously both are learning from each other as I see it. The panelists rightly mentioned that you now, run an ad on IPL during television, and then you see how many searches happen on that particular brand that evening. And obviously digital and television, are kind of collaborating with each other in terms of data exchange to get an idea for a marketer. And, most media planners actually give a combo of A plus B and then see the effectiveness is far higher. So from that perspective, I think, both will, like he rightly mentioned, will coexist, and both will have a role to play. And it's exciting days ahead for marketers like us.
Mass bombarding versus surgical strike. Interesting framing. Gaurav, what's your view on this? Because also there are a lot of media houses now who are doing the whole package, right? They're saying, we can give you TV, we can give you digital, we can give you all of it together. How are you seeing TV interact with other medium, and how are you seeing it as part of the mix?
So what happens is TV becomes in many of the newer marketing plans, TV is becoming a central part where they use it to create content. And then they use different formats to distribute the content, including TV, digital, and other measures. So creation of content is still pretty much the domain of TV. The stories are well told, like people were talking about it earlier. Storytelling is something which is becoming very important for brands today. And somehow TV managed to convey that story in a credible and a very, very effective way. It's not really a choice between TV or digital, both will coexist. Like we talked earlier, there'll be certain, digital will bring certain sharp shooting to the warfare, and television will bring a certain grandeur and impact that, they demolish the whole building, for example. That's the message that goes back to the enemy camp. So that kind of mass bombing is what TV will do, and digital will do that sharp shooting. So both are important, not neither, one or the other. But largely marketers have today figured out that, to create a need, to impact the behavior, to create a very large sustainable change, they're using TV. Then to fulfill that change and need, a lot of them are using digital where they can get the transaction part of it. For example, you look at, say, a policy bazaar, right? they're one of the largest advertisers on TV, right? They create the need for you to go and, pick up a policy online, or at least that need is planted in your mind that you are underinsured or you need to really address that. Then the fulfillment will happen at another platform. So they use best of both. There are many brands, if you look at the top 10 brands on TV in the last 2 years, I think 5 of them will be from the e-commerce or the new commerce side. So it clearly shows that that's where they want to build their brand quickly. They want to reach 70% of India quickly, right? Because their next round of investment is dependent on that. So they use TV for its benefit. And from the TV side, we also use digital to further our cause. We want to bring out faster stories. Today, stories break on digital. It's a fact, right? So we use that to harness our content. In fact, we do something very interesting at times. I think it's almost like a Coke formula. Many people have tried, they have not been able to replicate it. We throw out, a dozen stories in the morning. Around 10, 11, we throw 10, 12 stories out on various social platforms. And we see what is it that India is tracking. So, during the lunchtime, during the time that you're traveling to office, back home, you may have liked something, you may have commented on something. And suddenly, by the evening, 6 o'clock, we know 3 stories that have outperformed the other 7 or 8 stories. Those 3 stories become the central part of our debate in the evening. It's like almost a daily poll that we do. We throw 10 stories, we see which are the stories that people want to talk about, and then they become part of our content. So we are actually harnessing the power of digital to further improve the TV content.
It's far more connected as an ecosystem than just this or that. There can't be a conversation on TV without IPL, right? So, there's TV and there's IPL. IPL is an event by itself. The fundas are different. The way to succeed on IPL is different. We've personally taken many brands on IPL, and in fact, we just did Spotify on IPL last year. And when we came out of IPL, we've had a huge hockey stick growth, right? So it is expensive. It's not easy to be on IPL, but when you are on IPL and you've cracked the formula correct, there's huge amount of success that comes to us. I want to understand and I want to ask and discuss, is IPL kind of event re-energizing TV, and B, are the rules of the game on something like IPL different? Because it is 20 seconds, it's fast, it's very high investment as well. Your thoughts, Sampit, on this?
Yeah, I've never been part of a brand that has been able to afford IPL. So all my viewpoints will be more theoretical in nature. No, in all honesty, IPL or any other impact property, let's say Big Boss or any other impact property, Dance India Dance, all of these give, one of the first things I mentioned about what TV has as an advantage versus digital is impact in reach happening all very quick. That's what IPL, Big Boss, any of these impact properties give. If I have to reach 100 million people on digital, it's not like I can't. It's just that it's going to take me a long time to do so. And it's, especially if I want to do it efficiently for my campaign to build up, it's going to take at least a month. It's going to take some time, right? Whereas if I put money on IPL, I'm able to reach out to that 100 million very quickly within the first spot or so. That's the big advantage. But on top of that comes the question of what frequency do you put your ad spots on? Just putting one, I don't know. Others on the panel who've used IPL can probably mention, but at least from my experience with Big Boss and other impact properties, putting one on one episode makes no difference. It has to be there throughout so that there is top of mind and salience. And also additionally, on top of the spots, if you can do some kind of integrations or additional kind of banners or something like that, it just makes things much more memorable, because objective at the end of the day is to get top of mind and salience, not just have a spot out there.
Rajan, where are you on this? Do you believe that if you have to do TV, might as well do IPL, or do you believe it's a complete waste of money?
One who can afford IPL, the question is, I think, wrongly targeted. It's because I'm already in the game, right? We've been investing in IPL since 2018 as partners, not just as advertisers. And invariably, IPL has always happened at a time which has been 2 or 3 months after the launch of one of our biggest vehicles. So it was Altroz, it was Nexon, it was Harrier, it was Safari, it was Punch. It's invariably happened a couple of months after that, and we've seen some tremendous boosts arising with that. Because the whole package, you have the car placement on the grounds, you have the mentions in the commentator's speech, and so on and so forth. But having said that, I think that every brand needs to think very, very carefully about that kind of investment. It is a massive investment. And it's a one-time huge investment which can blow you out of the water. And as a marketer, your assets, sorry, you're on the line. So I think it's a very, very considered call. It's as big as, not as big, but equivalent in my mind when you're searching for answers and somebody says brand ambassador. So if you're a brand looking to make a big impact and you've got something new to offer and you can afford it, it certainly makes sense because you will get that advantage. But if it's sustenance or if it's a routine product like coffee, tea, maybe, I don't think it's going to be.
It depends on what you want out of the game. Girish, where are you on the IPL piece? I mean,
so I was a part of an IPL panel earlier. So at the cost of not sounding repetitive, we've been on, Blue Star's been on IPL ever since first season. I've been on every season of IPL, barring just a year or two. Otherwise, the last 14 seasons we've been there. We are not a big brand in terms of deep pockets. We have very limited money available, but we choose to use it wisely. Of course, IPL has a great timing advantage for us because it's the start of the summer season. Most of our campaigns are launched on IPL. But what we've learned from IPL is very different from other television advertising. One thing for IPL is that you have to acknowledge the fact that your break TVRs will be the lowest, which means people would want to obviously wait for the next over. So they are not really going anywhere, right? So that advantage of engagement is there with IPL. Lower ACDs work much better. So a 10 or 15 seconds, because again, you can't splurge 30 seconds on an IPL. A 10, 15 seconder, you got to really do some kick-ass advertising, clutter-breaking advertising to stand apart. If you can manage that you can really be successful on IPL with even lower budgets. Okay. So these are the advantages that, and of course, in terms of a property, a lot of people and research tells us that if a brand is on IPL, they suddenly, put it as a very respectable brand, right? It's like one of those brands that they would look up to in terms of aspiration, in terms of premiumness, it just goes up if you're on IPL. So these are the, other advantages that one has of a large property like IPL. And therefore, I think we've never looked back. But having said that, yes, it is a huge investment. I'd agree. It would be a large chunk of our monies as well. But if we, do it wisely, our frequency is higher. You create different edits of the same ACD. Communicate your message over 4-10 seconders, better than what you would do in 130 seconder. You might really be able to stand out even despite the club.
Gaurav, being a TV guy, I mean, if I was to polarize the question for you that if you want to do TV, just do impact and don't do anything else, how would you react to that?
Actually, that's not a bad idea. In fact, there are many brands who have built themselves up, like Girish mentioned, Blue Star, in the same categories as a brand like Kentaro. You will not see them on anything except news and cricket. Even Girish to that extent is largely exploiting the benefits out of sports and cricket, and they're spending maybe 70%, 80% of their investments in that. And there they buy the highest quality product. They will buy IPL, they'll buy the 9 o'clock prime time debate because they want that impact. And brands are very happy doing it. So it works for brands. In fact, we believe that IPL is what? IPL is a high intensity activity condensed in a small form. I'm making it look like a scientific formula, but that's what it is. Like a lot of action done in 60 days. We have to create our own IPLs, for example, in news. You have elections, you have budget. Those are one-day events like IPL where several people come onto a particular platform or the channel, watch content and go back. So those are our own high points that we create, where brands like Tata, brands like Blue Star, they come on board and they want to talk to their audience for that day. So it works. Sometimes less is more.
So just focus and get out. I want to shift gears a bit and look into the future a bit, right? And talk about connected TVs, right? So huge growth, right? Because smart TVs are going to happen in a big way. Internet is going to happen in a big way. It's already happening in a big way. Connected TVs grew 74% in the last quarter 2022, right? And the nature of that medium is changing. So YouTube just launched YouTube Shorts, taking their vertical mobile first medium to a connected TV experience. Globally, there are experiences that you're watching something and you could buy, you could take a product and social commerce and entertainment commerce, you could buy the moment you're watching the piece of content. So those are some bits of changes which are already on the anvil in the more developed markets. And as India leapfrogs to smart TVs, connected TVs, is that going to change the nature of television completely? Somebody, any future gazing thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think connected TV is an interesting one. It doesn't lie completely in TV, but it doesn't lie completely in digital either. It's attributable. It's part of, I mean, it can be part of the Google ecosystem if you want to measure it. And yet you're getting the audio visual experience of a television. Possibly you're also getting shared like social watching with your entire family. So it's kind of the mix of both. The latest number I saw, it was, I think, 20 million households in India. That's already quite a large size. I remember when I started advertising there, it was less than 7 or 8 million. And yet it used to be big enough to be part of my digital marketing mix. I would still put it as part of the digital media mix, just because it can be measured along with Google and not really along with the TVRs. But yeah, you get all the benefits of the television advertising as well. So, I mean, it's kind of in the middle. I think over time, as the other benefit of connected television is it's automatically reaching out to a premium audience or an audience that is more digitally enabled, which is more probably a slightly higher household income. And therefore, you're already self-selecting the right kind of customers. That's another big advantage of it. As that volume increases, I think it's going to be very interesting for both new age players like startups, which are D2C startups, and also maybe the incumbent ones, the larger organizations today.
Now, how do we process the idea of connected TVs, right? Do we see it as having the best of both worlds? You can do social watching, it does all that the TV does, yet very sharp attributability and being able to buy it. For example, if you look at the new generation, right, for the Gen Z, right, TV is not colors and stars. The TV is Netflix and Amazon Prime and so on and so forth.
The fact is that 20 million households. That's it. So you have a direct correlation to, as pointed out, to premium audience, but that's about it, right? And it's only 20 million households. That's point number one. Point number two is when you talk about internet penetration, it's about mobile devices. It's not about household Wi-Fi. So the growth of smart TV is going to take a considerable amount of time, and till such time and for some time more to come, I think TV is going to be still the mainstay medium. And this is going to be a very niche medium which can be smartly used by certain products and product categories, but not for mass brands like yes, tomorrow if Tesla was to come into the market, certainly they can use it. And they will use it. They're not going to go on mass production.
Girish, your thoughts on that? And also from your perspective, if you've done IPL over the years, have you also done Hotstar, and what's been your connected TV experience or impact on that?
No, so again, coming back to connected TV, I think 5G will really explode the consumption of connected TV. It's likely to, but I completely agree with Rajan that it's just 20 million households. We have 150 million households still watching on a cathode ray tube. So that change is going to take years because the market is just about 10 million to 12 million every year of television sets, right? And of course, 80% is our smart television. So from that perspective, it's going to take years to happen. Of course, the other answer, Hotstar versus, the live television, there are very different ways to kind of look at it. If your idea and anybody's idea to be on IPL would be to create large awareness, mass bombarding, then television turns out to be cheaper than digital. From an efficiency perspective, I think TV will be cheaper. Like I keep saying, digital is more performance marketing. Digital is more microsurgical strikes. The idea of IPL is a little different for me from that perspective. But yes, connected TV is going to change the way India watches. I would still put connected TV in the category of television because even on OTT, you're watching the same content that you would watch on television. And even on mobile phones, you would watch that. You would watch that. So I'm also believe that television spends and OTT spends should be clubbed together and should be put under television spends and not counted as digital spends because they're doing the same job of creating awareness. Whereas digital is more surgical strikes, more performance marketing, more ROI based, investments in that sense.
And Gaurav, how are you guys processing the idea of connected TV? I mean, how are you processing the idea of connected TV, right? As a broadcast player.
So, see, connected TV, while it, like some of my fellow panelists said, that it looks very small as we speak because not too many people into it. But with passage of time and improved data speed, it will catch up. Right now, it looks like it is in the sushi category. Good to have it sometimes, but can't have it as a daily meal. Someday it will become part of your daily meal. But what this has certainly done is it has taken content creators back to their drawing board, because such content has reduced the attention span of viewers. Like even you as a creative person today are making smaller creatives, 7 seconds, 10 seconds, 12 seconds. So that has a bearing on content creators. So today, for example, on one of our channels, Zoom, we have started reducing the size of the music videos. We play now 45 seconds to 1 minute kind of videos rather than 3-minute videos. Our news stories have been cut short in size. We now play headlines more than regular stories. We play headlines 3 times an hour. Each headline is of 2 minutes to 3 minutes, where you put in 10 stories, because the viewer's attention span is reducing. So that's the impact that it is having. Otherwise, it's not really impacted any other way.
Sure. So I think that's what we have time for. I just want to go around once with the last comments on what's the one thing that we should keep in mind while using TV. Sambit.
While using any media, it's the objective that you have. I mean, from the last answer, I find it interesting that for a company, 20 million can be large audience. For another company, it can be really small. And I get that. So objective, of course, matters for whichever your brand or company is. And accordingly, the usage for television, whether to use it, and if yes, how to use it.
I think it's important to understand the buying behavior of the consumers and then link that back to the medium that you use. So as I mentioned earlier, TV is a social medium. So it works for high value categories, which are a family purchase. So in that context, understand who your consumers are, obviously, but also understand how the purchasing behavior happens as a unit or as a family, and then make the decisions accordingly. So for example, an IPL, it works well when you are a category which is going to be bought once in 5 years. I mean, it really works well then, because you make that big impact, people go and spend that big amount of money. It won't necessarily make the impact for daily usage, kind of items. Or for example, what we learned at the IPL was that there are certain teams which are favorites. So we stuck to marketing, advertising only on those matches and not throughout the IPL. So I think these are some of the things that you need to pick up as you go along and use it wisely.
Yeah, I would strongly believe that as a marketer, you should effectively leverage the opportunities available in each medium: television, digital, print, outdoor. Every medium has some or the other advantage. So don't rule out anything. Just focus on, the media multiplier. Try to kind of not dilute yourself too thin, but focus on, what each channel or what each medium can bring to you. And, that's the secret to succeed.
Yeah. So from my point of view, I would say that if a marketer wants to tell impactful stories and he wants to reach maximum people, if these two objectives form part of your overall matrix, then TV should play an important role. While people choose a combination of TV and digital and social and all other options, it is a great thing to do. But TV will continue to lead that thought process. And if you have to become a thought leader in that, TV is going to really come handy.
Fantastic. And it's been a great learning experience for me as well, right? I mean, the fact that it's a much more nuanced topic. It's not just TV or digital. How all the mediums are interacting with each other. They have their own role, and depends a lot on what life cycle your brand and your business is. And the fact that TV in itself is changing a lot by itself in its form and content. So thank you, everybody. Thanks a lot. Thank you guys for listening to us and holding back from lunch. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What an excellent session. May I request the Chief Creative Officer, Dangle, to Anuj Kapoor, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitations. Thank you, Mr. Kapoor, for joining us on the same. And could we have the team to present the mementos? A big thank you to you, Dheeraj, for being a part of our conversation. Thank you, Rajan. First up, Sambit, of course, thank you so much. Thank you, Girish. Thank you, Gaurav. Could we have the entire panel to please step forward for a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, they've given us their valuable time The least we can do is applaud for them. Thank you so much. On that note, we are breaking in for lunch. Our sessions are going to be resuming in at 3 p.m. IST. We request you to have a hearty lunch and join us back. Thank you.
जिनके होने से देश में लोकतंत्र जिंदा है, अब सवाल पूछने की उनकी बात। अब होगा सिर्फ सवाल पब्लिक का, क्योंकि जब पूछने की बारी है तो सिर्फ जनता ही अधिकारी। देखिए सवाल पब्लिक का मेरे यानी नाविका कुमार के साथ सिर्फ साइंस नाउ नवभारत पर।
जहां एक नॉर्मल सा मार्कर खींच देता है सच और झूठ के बीच में लगी, जहां 3x4 के व्हाइट बोर्ड पर उभर आते हैं बड़े बड़ों के काले दाग और मिट जाती हैं गलत फहमियां सही तर्क से। उस जगह को आप क्या कहेंगे?
नमस्कार, न्यूज की पाठशाला में आप सभी का स्वागत है। मैं हूं सुशांत सिन्हा।
न्यूज की पाठशाला,
यहाँ सबकी क्लास लगती है।
So ladies and gentlemen, firstly, could we have a big round of applause for all our partners today? Let's applaud them with a big round of applause, everyone. So looking at the energy in the room, I think it's only apt if I do an engagement, not in a literal sense, but I need to have the audience back in the energy and enthusiasm we're talking about. All right, so when I say one, you just got to say, hey. Can I get some, are you with me? Can you hear that? Okay. One. Okay. When I say two, you got to say, hey. Very simple. Okay. Two. Yeah, getting there, Mumbai, you're doing really good. When I say three, you just got to clap once. All right? Three. And when I say 4, you gotta clap twice. Simple? 4. Okay, let's just mix it up. Trying to find out if everyone is aware. 2. Okay. 3, 4, 1. Welcome to the party. 2. All right. 5 is just 5 claps. That's about it. Okay, we'll just send it on 5 claps. I'm trying to make it easier for Mr. Iyer, who's going to be joining us. All right. When I say 5, Mumbai, just 5 claps. All right. At the count of 3, 2, 1, 5. Can we be a little more louder and better? 5. Perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, firstly, welcome back. And we're going to be starting now without any further ado. So let's start back. Thank you all for joining us. It was very integral for all of us to be in that energetic zone because I feel that that gives us the due respect to our upcoming speaker. And of course, our mind is more aware. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bhavna Bhatia. Again, an honor to represent E4M brand on this lovely conference. We're talking about the future of 30 seconders. The person joining us has been in advertising forever. Okay, not forever, but for about 22 years. Can we count that as forever? In certain definition, yes, we can. He's somebody who's creatively impacted multiple brands in the country. They range from startups to large multinational companies and everything in between. He believes in transformation using creativity that stems from the core product backed by a clear proposition and a strong brand point of view. His biggest joy comes from when the creativity can form the fortunes of the brand he works with. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to now call upon the founder of Spring Marketing Capital, Mr. Arun Iyer. Hi, Arun. I think this is better.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want this?
I'm okay.
Yeah, perfect. Please.
Hello. Is that, am I audible? Okay. She did a great job of waking y'all up. I'll make sure y'all go back to sleep. So I need some help. How do I change the slides? Is this it? Yeah. Okay. So when I was asked to actually, hello. Yeah, it's better. So much light there. Yeah. So what I'm going to do today is I'm just going to share a few slides. I think there is a lot of conversation that I keep hearing. Just a little bit about myself. Before I started Spring in 2019, I spent about 16 years at Lintas. I last served as the Chairman and Chief Creative Officer of Lintas. Was fortunate enough to have worked with brands from Unilever to Google to Flipkart to launching Hotstar in India. So it's just been very, very fortunate, my journey. And I've seen this debate play out for many, many years. And this whole thing of with the advent of digital, this constant chatter about, okay, is this relevant? Is this going away? Is this what's going to happen to television advertising? So I'm just going to present a point of view which kind of factors in some practical stuff. So I think everybody talks about the future of 30 seconders. In my view, it's actually 20 seconds. And I don't know how many of and which parts of the media business y'all stem from, but all the conversation in the room now, especially if you're talking about advertising on television, is all about saying, okay, listen, 30 seconders have gotten too expensive. We have to find a way to get to 20, 15s. And then, of course, the Facebooks of the world come and say 15, 6 seconders is what works. And then they put out 7-minute ad films for themselves, which is quite contradictory. So I think it is 20 seconders, but the real question for me that this is not about duration. We keep discussing duration. For me, it's about the relevance of, does the 20 second or 30 second matter in a digital first world? Actually, this is the question which at least I keep introspecting on. And a lot of times I have realized that, yes, it is relevant. We are in a digital first world, but it's not like a 20-seconder, 30-seconder has left the room. It's not like it's completely irrelevant because so many people spending so many dollars, it can't be without effect. So, so I want to just walk you all through this, through my learnings through this brand called WakeFit. I don't know how many of you all are aware of this brand. It's a Bangalore-based startup which we've been working with for the last 4 years. And it was a small company when we began working with them. This was back in Jan 2019. We had just opened our doors. WakeFit was one of the first brands that we interacted with. There were just two founders. They had been through multiple startups, and then they had, and some of them failed. And then they began this small little company where they came and told us that, listen, we just make some mattresses and then we sell them online. And then when we kind of started spending time with them, and there is this great brand in the UK, it's called Casper. They modeled themselves on Casper. And it's fascinating. I don't know how, does anybody use any WakeFit product at home? 1, 2, and 3. And how many people are aware of the brand? That's a sizable amount. Now, that is very reassuring because it's only about 4 or 5 months since the company has spent any money on television. Everything that the company has done has only been on the digital platform. And given the room, it is very reassuring to know that. So actually, when we started work with them, one of the biggest things we did was we realized that they're not just a mattress company, but they're actually a sleep solutions company. And the purpose of the company became, how can we bring sleep into the consciousness and conversations of people? Now, there is context to this. We are obviously living in a world where Netflix comes and says, sleep is my enemy. Our Honorable Prime Minister actually in interviews has said that how little he sleeps. And obviously the country is very inspired by him. And obviously we think that sleeping is overrated. But here is a brand that is selling mattresses, takes a higher ground, and decides to bring sleep into the consciousness and conversations of people. Because on one hand, we say too much sleep is not good. On the other hand, we've had enough instances of people, very healthy people, who have lost their lives. And a lot of times, the reason given is that there wasn't enough sleep in their lives. So, this is the dichotomy that existed. And the brand decided to bring sleep into the consciousness and conversations of people. And this is a brand, like I said, in its 4.5 years of existence, it's been the last 5 months when it's gone on television. Everything else has been through content. And we've managed to generate word of mouth, educate, build knowledge, always on content, right? There have been, we've created about 600 pieces of content for this brand alone. And I'm going to take you all through some of it. But before that, I think what's important in this digital world, according to us, is that you don't just simply create content. Brands have to behave like content creators. Like, there is every content creator kind of has an understanding of her or his style, what connects with people, and then generates content from there. It's not very different for brands. Brands have to do the same thing. And this is the first piece of content that we put out. This is called Sleep Internship. It's on its 3rd season now. The amount of media money that's gone behind this in 3 years has been a little over 1 crore. That's how much money is being spent behind this. But it's generated crazy amount of word of mouth for the brand. And that's the video.
जैसे ताने मारते हैं कि आपके ऑफिस के लोग आपको तुम्हें क्या सोने की सैलरी मिलती है जैसे कमेंट्स मार के परेशान करते हैं तो पेश है एक ऐसी जॉब जहां आप चैन की नींद सो सकेंगे आपके और आपके नींद के बीच में कोई नहीं आएगा सिवाय एक मैट्रेस और इतना ही नहीं मंथ एंड में आप सोते सोते सैलरी भी कमाएंगे जी हाँ सब वे सच होते हैं हम करते हैं
So it's a longish video, but you all get the drift, right? Basically, every year we call for entries. People send in entries, then they send in videos of why they qualify to be sleep interns. We get it. This year we got entries from about 37 countries. It's been covered in the press, in television media across the world. In fact, there's a joke. There was a local television channel in the US which covered it and said that there is this mattress company from Indiana. They didn't even realize that it's a company based in India. They thought it's based in Indiana, and that kind of coverage it got. And we are on the third season. Like I said, this year has been about 6.5 lakh entries from 37 countries. So that's the power of content there. You can go Google it, and then all this shows up. So there are the numbers. And then it leads to further content, user-generated content that gets created, right? So degree, civil services, Wakefit sleep internship. I've got people who are very famous, who have a lot of money in their life, have actually asked me saying, can we also apply? Because it's just about sleeping, right? Which we anyways got to do. So that's the kind of power it has. We also, as a brand, over the last 4 years, we leveraged moments. And I think that's super critical. One of the things is, as this was happening, I don't know how many of you all saw Bartan Dholiye, which was again something that went seriously viral. IKEA launched, we welcomed them with a Swedish ad in the newspaper.
पूरा 2020 घर में बैठे बैठे निकल गया और 2021 डर में बैठे बैठे। पिछले साल बर्तन धो के हाथ घिस गए और इस साल मास्क पहन के चेहरे के लिए चेहरा दिख जाए वही बड़ी बात। लाइफ पूरी रियल से वर्चुअल हो चुकी है। 1 साल से घर में दुबक के बैठे, अरे खून के रिश्तों से गहरा रिश्ता तो मेरा इस वेकफिट के सोफे से बन गया, बिल्कुल वेलक्रो की तरह चिपक चुका हूं इससे, तो चरण से आवाज आ रही है। 1 साल से इस पे आस लगाए बैठा हूं, वो वाली आस। कोविड खत्म होगा कि नहीं होगा?
So this was very relevant at that point in time. I'm just running through. I have a timer in front of me. So I think one of the important things to think about is that you have to find ways to engage people where they are. And I think that's one thing. And not to take away, I'll come back to the point on television. I know this is about the future of 30 seconders, but I'm just talking about how you can build a digital first brand. There was a podcast on Spotify. So we tied up, and the brand, we said, okay, we need a celebrity now. So we said, okay, who's a sleep fluencer? So we actually, created Kumbhakaran, the sleep specialist. And Kumbhakaran actually has a LinkedIn page, which has a lot of followers. He's called the Chief Sleep Officer at Wakefit.
मेरा यहाँ से काफी बड़ा सपना, because सोना मेरा पैशन है, लेकिन पुराने मैट्रेस ने नींद की लंका लगा दी थी। आधी नींद में 3 महीने बाद उठा तो पता चला मेमोरी फोम वाला मैट्रेस घर पर आता फ्रॉम wakefit.com। Kaliug is amazing. See you tomorrow in 6 months.
So this did run on TV as well. So we own sleep by putting people to sleep, right? So and the point that I really want to make is that this is another initiative which happened just when COVID got over and the world was opening up. And a lot of us had gotten used to sleeping after lunch, like it's very visible here. So a lot of us had gotten used to it. So we actually created this movement called Do Se Dhai Sone De Bhai, which really traveled a lot. It got covered in the Economic Times 2 times in the front page saying this is what companies are doing these days. So that's the kind of noise it created. Yet, I think all of this created awareness, but that alone didn't move the needle. I think we must acknowledge the country we live in. It is a very, very large country. Digital is making its inroads everywhere. But knowing about a brand and buying a brand are two completely different things. We can't take away from the fact that when you go on television, there is huge amount of credibility. There is huge amount of trust that does get generated. And the brand got a lot of awareness, and it's evident in the room. About 40 people in the room knew the brand, 3 people have bought it. And that's the point I'm trying to make, is that knowing something because of its digital presence and actually acting on what you know about because of television, that's the reality of the country that we live in. And at some point in time, once we had kind of exhausted the digital audience, the brand didn't have a choice but to go on television. And when you're going on television, while this is the avatar of the brand in the digital medium, you have to have a compelling argument for why somebody should buy you. And that's where you enter with 20 seconders. We signed up a brand ambassador, and we must admit we are a country that's obsessed with cricket and film stars. We can't take away from that. The kind of reach that these two mediums, I wouldn't even call film a medium, but the kind of love that cricket and films generate in this country is unparalleled. And finally, when you want to build consideration and deep consideration within a large part of India, we believe that television is your place. And that's when we went with Rashmika. We created these 2 spots.
We make with orthopedic memory foam mattress ready. Wow. 100 days try chandi. Now check with the return chandi. 100% refund pondandi. Buy and try. But why? Why you try? Showroom lo chestaru 2 minutes try. Intiki తీసుకొచ్చాక you will cry.
Winner, buy try.
Super.
Weight fit mattress में చేయండి buy. 100 days को చేయండి try. నచ్చకపోతే చెప్పండి buy. Order చేయండి weightfit.co buy.
So this kind of, it's in Telugu because it first ran in the Andhra market and then went on to run nationally. But we had to have a compelling argument because finally, and I'm sure all of you all have done this at some point in time, we all go into a mattress shop, we sit on the mattress, behave like experts for 20 seconds of bouncing on it, and then say, yes, this is the one for me. We said that's not the way to buy a mattress. You actually take it home, try it for 100 days and return it if you want to. And that's the cash on delivery equivalent of Flipkart back in the day, right? So it kind of builds trust in people that you can, and it's a fabulous mattress. Whoever hasn't bought it should buy it. But that's the final point that I wanted to make, that Chendi buy, sorry. The learning is the world may be digital first, but that doesn't make the 20-seconder second. I think long live the 20-seconder. If you want to create reach, if you want to go deep into this country, as of today, it still is the medium. It's just how you play out the brand on different mediums, the kind of arguments you create, the kind of creatives that you create, they differ, but it's not like one is replacing the other. That's the larger point that I wanted to make. I am over time by 1 minute, 29 seconds, so I assume there are no questions, and you all have thoroughly enjoyed this session. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Arun, if we may request you to please stay on the stage, as I would have the honor of calling upon the Chief Revenue Officer of Times Network, Mr. Gaurav Dhawan, to kindly join us. Thank you, Mr. Dhawan. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for both our dignitaries on stage. Could we have the felicitation bag? Meanwhile, Arun, I would like to highly appreciate the fact that I always keep saying that time is of the biggest asset, and the way you wound up your entire presentation in the time given, I think that calls for a bigger round of applause as well. Because a man who can appreciate his own time, definitely the world respects his time as well. That's where I have the thought of saying thank you once again. Thank you. God bless. I think they want the cheers moment and the hashtag E4M TV first. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dhawan, as well, for joining us on that. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the stage is being set, I'll quickly introduce our session, which is going to be the final session in our conference today. Post that, of course, we've got the Primetime Awards, the much-awaited awards. Ladies and gentlemen, for our session, which is TV plus digital and advertisers' point of view, we've got with us our eminent speakers. First up, with a huge round of applause, I can have the honor of calling upon the Vice President Marketing, AMFI, Puneet Dharamsi, to kindly join us. Puneet, thank you so much. Also, the Head of Marketing and Communications, Samsonite, Pradnya Popade, to kindly join us. Pradnya, thank you so much. Next up, the VP and Head of Brand Marketing, PolicyBazaar.com, Samir Sethi. Next up, the EVP and Head Marketing, HDFC Ergo General Insurance, Shilpa Desai. Do we have Shilpa with us? I believe we'll just get the team to coordinate on the same. All right. Yes, Shilpa, right there. Thank you so much. Let's give it a big, big round of applause. It's my honor to re-invite the Chief Creative Officer, Dangal 2, Anuj Kapoor. And of course, for the session chair, a very energetic, entrepreneurial, and an enterprising gentleman joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been in the marketing field. He's won many accolades, the recent being 2019. The Vice President, India and Southeast Asia, Media Smart, Nikhil Kumar. Nikhil, an honor to have you. And with that, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, kind words. I hope everybody had good lunch. If not, there is always tea and more snacks to go. But thank you for hosting us for this panel. I think we have a very interesting topic. Just to give quick context, so yeah, everybody can hear me, and it's just a nice way we are sitting. Perfect. So we all live in a multi-screen world, which consumers switch between TV, mobile, DOH, laptops, and many more screens. It thus becomes very, very important for marketers to understand, can they integrate these consumer journeys across their screens and achieve these brand objectives in short term or long term? While TV, whether linear or connected TV, continues to play a key role, where does mobile, DOH, and these newer screens that suddenly advertisers are focusing in fit in? And what about these existing channels? How do we connect these disconnected worlds of TV and digital? So with that, I think we have a very diverse panel. We have some very exciting brands and some very exciting people on this panel. And probably I'll just dig into the question straight up, because this panel is called TV plus digital. So how do we answer the question usually when it comes to brands for each one of you? TV pe ad dikhaya, hua kya? And how do you do that in your set of advertising memos? Let's start with you, Samir.
Thanks, Nikhil. TV पे ad चलाया हुआ क्या? TV पे ad चलाया तो immediately website visits आने start हो गए. This is the reality of the world we're living in. I think what happens very commonly with us and people around us is that whenever we're watching TV, it is no longer undivided attention that we are giving to television. We are constantly fiddling with our phones. We are WhatsApping our friends and colleagues. We are answering work emails. We're looking at Instagram reels and a bunch of other things. So we're always distracted with phones. On the positive side, the phone is completely unengaged because your primary medium of entertainment at that point in time is the big screen, the television. So if, let's say, for example, you're a digital brand, which we are, and a consumer likes your proposition through advertising, they don't really have to wait for their next store visit to respond to your communication. They might just pick up their phone and log on to your website and download your app, which is exactly what we see. We actually plot the spot data of our TV campaigns along with our website traffic data, to figure out what's happening after we're running ads, like you asked, but also to dig deeper and figure out, okay, what components of the media plans are working better than the others. For example, what channels are working better, what time bands are working better, what days of the week are working better, and also what creatives are working better. So, yeah, to summarize, I think when we advertise on television, we also, apart from the long-term brand building benefits, which is believed to be the strong suit of television, we also get immediate ROI. So it also acts as a good performance medium, apart from being a long-term brand building medium.
Oh, fantastic. I'll just sort of dig in before I move to the next panelist. I think Policy Bazaar at the end of the day started with .com, right? I mean, you're an app-first ecosystem, you're a digital native company. And when you look at balancing your media budgets between digital and TV, obviously TV you cannot isolate. You're still a digital-first brand, but TV is where impact is. We firmly believe that. Are you seeing that consistently changing over the years? Because I think for all of us, there's always going to be a pre-COVID and post-COVID way of looking at data and analysis, right? And I think 2 years is a fairly long time to regimentalize certain habits of consumers. Has there been a shift in the way you're looking at media planning from your perspective, Sameer?
To some extent, yes, but largely it has been fairly similar. See, there's a saying, right, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So TV has been very consistently delivering for us. To give you some sense of how active we are on television, we do at least 1, maybe 2 campaigns every month. We are active on television 200 plus days a year. We also happen to spend more than 90% of our brand budgets on television. This, I think, is proof enough that we believe in the power of the medium. And when I talk about the power of the medium, I am not isolating linear TV in this example. I'm talking about the power of big screen. Going forward, maybe we'll also touch upon linear versus CTV, etc. But I genuinely believe that advertising on big screen cannot be compared to, let's say, advertising on much smaller screens like mobile or tabs, etc. At least in terms of the immediate ROI. So to answer your question, it hasn't changed entirely, but what we have started doing is we have started cutting out some of our non-performing components of the linear media plan and plowing that money on connected TVs. So that we've been doing very consistently for the last 1.5 years. So I think a lot of times people debate about connected TVs versus linear television. I don't think it's a binary. I think both of them will coexist, at least in the next few years to come. And they will complement each other. Whatever is the less performing flab in a linear TV media plan will get cut. And that money, I see that being plowed first into connected TVs and then maybe to other mediums.
Superb. Thanks, Sameer. I think let's move to a very interesting category. Pradnya, for you, Samsonite. Creme la creme of travel accessory, and obviously you're a very visible brand on television or offline. How are you looking at this digital world plus the linear world of TV evolving for your particular brand?
Yeah, so see, let's look at the overall penetration of today, the connected TV, and it would be just around 4%, okay? For Samsonite audience, it would be around 30-35%, but overall it is 4%, TV is 90% in urban metros. Yeah, so, but how beautifully, because of the way the government is building the infrastructure and we as advertisers also building the infrastructure post-COVID, understanding the importance of digital, I see that it's surely becoming like, 40-50% in maybe around 7 to 8 years. Yeah. But what we have, recently saw the success of connected TV, what I would like to say is we've reached out to almost 25% of Samsonite affluent audience through FIFA, KBC, Sony Live, advertisement through connected TV, because our audience is mainly those who are having 40,000 plus devices, and that's how we could map the data. Connected TV is giving that particular data. So power of what you said on a big screen, whichever screen it is today, you can see whether it is a small tab or a 40-inch TV or a 65-inch TV. And we've looked at the data that 65-inch TV person, whether he's come on my website and tried buying anything, that is the amazing journey which connected TV is giving you, okay? What we did on an airport advertisement, we had given a scan to watch a film. I'm sure like very few watched it by scanning it, but those who scanned, we mapped their personal, because those who are at the airport are using their personal Wi-Fi. So when they are at home, they are also using their personal Wi-Fi sometimes, or the Wi-Fi being at Jio or somebody else, okay? So we mapped this data and we are retargeting them through connected TV, okay? So I think there's a humongous slicing of the data one can do, especially for our category where we are into the affluent segment. Even for American tourists also, we are trying to do this. But TV versus connected TV, I think TV would be a lot of reach, and connected would be reach along with the engagement and the richer data.
No, fantastic. I think you touched upon a very interesting point. Sometimes it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And for connected TV, probably what you need to understand, at least for a category like yours, I mean, you got a very small audience base as compared to TV, but it packs a very potent punch. Basically, you know the people that you're targeting, who are probably the guys who understand the usage of internet across their mobile. They know how to put a Wi-Fi password on their TV screen. You know which TV screen that you want to target. You understand this might be a 65-inch TV screen user living in a certain locality, has subscription across or not subscription across certain OTTs kind of content that he watches, and suddenly, here you go. I mean, you are not solving for the diversity of channels that you have to try your mix on. You already have it in front of you, and you know exactly, probably these are the creme la creme customers that you probably want to target.
Yeah, we just ran the campaign only for the Pedder Road and a Malabar Hill kind of audience through connected TV,
Well, people in Malabar Hill, it was her, just so you know. So let's move on to the man who is has one of the most visible presence on linear or probably any connected TV as well in recent times. Mutual fund sahi hai. I think I can vouch if there is somebody in this audience that can raise their hand and hasn't heard of this campaign. I'll be very surprised. But how are you bridging the gap, and how are you actually not bridging the gap, probably building newer bridges towards your digital plus TV reach thought process? Because you obviously appeal to a very large part of the audience set. You want mutual funds to be a part of everyone's life in the country.
So, like our campaign is to create awareness for mutual funds. So we reach out to, yeah, can you hear me better? Yeah. So for us, the whole objective is to create awareness of the category. So we use each and every medium that is available to us to send out our message. For us, TV gives the reach, digital, I mean, for everyone, not just for us, TV gives us the reach, and then digital gives us, TV gives us reach and trust, I would say, because we are in the business of money, of taking your money, managing it, and hoping to give you more returns. So TV helps us create that reach and trust, and digital helps us to create that reminder medium, recall, engagement, and then get into their consideration set. So, like you asked, TV पे ad देखा, उसके बाद क्या? उसके बाद उसको 1000 बार ad दिखाया, उसको बोला भाई इधर आ, इधर देख, ये website है, यहाँ पे आके समझ, तेरी भाषा में समझ, right? And then you hope that he will go to some mutual fund and start his SIP. So for us, it's a long journey, like for any other brand. But for us, it is all the more difficult. And when we use each medium, to their strength, and try to convert that into consideration for us, for our category.
Very thoughtful. I think, when people obviously look at TV and being an ex-marketer, I think usually I always believe that it's almost like a post-mortem, right? You spent on media, now you have to do a post-mortem, the body is there. Whether it resulted in good or bad, it's still a post-mortem, right, eventually. But even if you look at connected TV with so many OEMs, OTTs, everybody's stepping into that space, eventually if you're not still connecting the journey, usually we are very happy looking at BLIs and saying, hey, good job done. The BLI has scored well, over 200 respondents that have said they have a high recall. But I think today technologies exist which can actually connect mutual fund sahi hai, link it to the consumer journey, make sure that he clicks, doesn't click, follow up to your ad, eventually lead him to the website, even track from the website whether he ended up registering himself, buying something. And I think which is where there's a clear differentiation. But I think very interesting point, Puneet. Let's move to Shilpa. Traditional, the category is growing, super important. I think India is learning about the importance of that category. What's your take, and how, as a brand or as a category, I would say, are you looking at these two worlds existing, especially for a country like ours, which is developing, which is growing at a phenomenal pace in terms of digital penetration? Most people don't know we are the second highest app downloading country in the world. It comes as a surprise to most people, but we also got population on our side, just so you know, those numbers are also on our side. But we are a fairly well penetrated internet country. And when you look at us, we also have the cheapest sort of data plans across the world. We are probably the top 10. When you look at your media planning or your marketing planning, how do you try to collate the worlds together?
I think a couple of interesting perspectives one must be aware of. One is I represent a category which is most under-penetrated in the country. 1% of GDP is the amount of insurance that gets sold. So look at it from the other side, 99% of the population is not yet insured. Great upside. Now let's look at the role of media and the role a brand can play in the context of the category. As we understand, television, and for people who've been in media planning and advertisers have for a very long time understood TV is a laid-back medium. Digital is a hyperactive medium. Connected television is a sweet spot between the two, and as marketers, you need to be nuanced about what is the role of each of these devices in your overall life, and hence the opportunity for advertisers to create some kind of impact. I used to work for a large banking brand where we used to ensure that whenever we did TV print outdoor, we used to have the outdoors very close to the chairman's home so that we would assure him that don't worry, when we've advertised, we've been there and we've got the money for the returns for the money done. But what digital has allowed us to do is put a lot of accountability in the way we spend. And I think connected televisions gives you that sweet spot. For anybody in the audience who've used Facebook dashboard for marketers, which is a planning tool, the kind of enormity of attributes available which allows you to get a size of your audience, their segments, micro segments, make cohorts, understand lifestyle, all of that beauty never existed in the traditional TV world. Now, if you combine the nuances that digital allows you to leverage along with the medium like television, which is one to many, you have a great opportunity to create very compelling advertising provided you understand what's the play for it. It's like many years ago, we are in the 5G world today, when 3G was being launched, I remember being on a panel where one of my co-panelists was a BSNL guy, and people were asking, why do we need 3G? As an advertiser, why do we need to be there? The gentleman smiled and said, it's available, it's yours to have. We're not going around telling people what you can do. If you feel relevance of that medium, go ahead and leverage it. But the point is, for people like us who are so attention deficient, if there is an opportunity to use a large screen medium, knowing fully well it's one to many, in a hyper-connected world, the kind of challenges it puts to advertisers and marketers are very different from what we saw 10 years ago. So the way you profile your audiences, the role that that medium plays, and your opportunity to create compelling content to cater to that need of the audience will be the biggest game changer. Otherwise, you're one amongst so many who advertised. So I think as a brand, today we are very largely metro and city-centric, but as part of our growth plans, we want to go more interiors. If you look at the penetration of CTV in interior markets, may not be as good, but maybe it becomes a sweet spot in giving us opportunity to talk to the affluent segment within those geographies using this medium. Now, if you understand this demographic and psychographic interplay, maybe this is the medium for you from an expansion standpoint. Everywhere else, you will always have a TV plus digital and interconnected devices as your top of the line plan. But unless you understand what each medium's role is in your overall marketing plan, you may not get the bang for the buck. One last point is, TV, for all you know, has always been maximize impact. Digital has always been minimize loss or wastage. These are two ends of the spectrum. If you're able to very clearly articulate what the role for CTV is, I think we're in a good place.
Oh, I think very interesting insight, Shilpa. I think on that, the hoarding outside chairman's house, I think we've all been there. So I resonate, it's fine. We've all been there. But I think good absolute takeaway is one size fits all. I think doesn't work in today's world at all. Actually, you know, a lot of traditional brands fundamentally also believe that they understand their consumers really, really well. But sometimes I question them. Yes, you do. You spend disproportionate amount of money in understanding your consumer, but are you understanding your consumer from an offline lens, how we traditionally used to evaluate consumers? And are you connecting the dots and saying their digital journeys might be the same? Actually, that's not the case at all. I mean, an average Indian user or female user probably has close to 26 apps on her mobile. They'll be very surprised. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube are probably 5 or 6 of them. There are so many other apps that they're going through. India has an ecosystem, actually not just India, most of the countries developing and developed. The gaming ecosystem, they have the same amount of female users as compared to male. Not even fashion has that kind of, even fashion has 70-30 split male-female, but this has got 50-50. So I think our inhibitions of how we look at consumer journeys on digital screens are very different from how we understand offline. So with that, I think I want to move to a very interesting gentleman sitting on the fag end of this table, and I think he brings a lot of knowledge in terms of content and content creation. He has been the pioneer for creating some of the most popular TV soaps that we have seen across the years. Anuj, you're now with Dangal and you're creating content which is exciting. It's free to air right now. But you clearly, I'm sure, are watching how OTTs are clearly just going mad. Each large television ecosystem has produced an OTT, a very successful one. Most CROs are saying probably the future of revenues could also be OTTs versus the channel distribution or advertising revenue from channel distribution. What are your views from a content standpoint? And do you find that space a little bit more liberal and probably more easy, accessible, and hence largely growing?
You're referring to the CTV syndrome.
Well, a lot of times people do get confused on, I have an OTT, I don't need to spend on CTV. Actually, it's not true. OTT can be a subset of CTV, but
yeah,
CTV is a TV. But what are you looking at?
Okay. So first, some basic facts. One is, of course, that if you look at US today, okay, there's 110 million households that have the CTV. There's been a 50% increase in advertising revenue to almost $13 billion in 2021 compared to 20. So one thing is very definite, and I think, of course, we are a little behind in terms of that percentage, but it is something that we are headed towards, and therefore it's a reality that even as content creators, you have to be very sensitive towards. So I think, you see, so far as the regular television is concerned, we all know the rules of the game, both from an advertiser's perspective as content creators. In our market, largely soaps and comedy are in the GC genre popular, and mass brands, of course, advertise on television. Where I see an opportunity, of course, over and above whatever the traditional medium, over and above whatever television is already offering in the CTV space, is manifold. One, of course, is that you get to know, as Shilpa nicely said, a combination of psychographic and demographic in terms of the audiences. You can do target bombing, very selective, sharp audiences. They are connected on devices, so you know exactly who's watching, and all of that. Also, I think there is a lot of opportunity for small businesses because sometimes, here in CTV, you can approach only a local market. Bhagwan Katvi Center suddenly has an opportunity to create a business model, which is cost effective and yet can reach very specific targeted, audiences and doesn't have to advertise on national television, right? The same thing holds true for the content creators in terms of multiplying his number of advertisers, because if along with the regular big guys, all these small guys come on board for your CTV offering, obviously, one. Second, I also see a very great opportunity in the digital space in terms of, curating specific content to block competition. I'll tell you what I mean by that. For example, if you have created a bunch of very interesting television sitcoms, right? And that entire series you have named as Har Ghar Kuch Kehta Hai. So you have blocked all other paint brands, by curating that specifically for Asian Paints. And because it stays in the library and you are watching it again and again and again, it kind of stays embedded in your mind as a brand. Those are unique opportunities that the space kind of throws up for you. We at Dangal also feel that we have a very unique platform for advertisers because we have a Dangal Play, a new, app. And we have original content being curated for the FT audience. And we are the market leaders in that. In soaps and now we are kicking off in comedy. So if you look at Dangal Play as a combination, you have the OTT viewers who will come in there, you will have the FT audiences who will come in there. So it's a very, very unique platform, even from that perspective.
Hopefully we'll have a OTT Play on your channel soon.
Of course.
Of course. Let's make that weightage a little bit more serious. TRAI data, 9 million wired subscribers added in the last 2 years. 9 million wired subscribers added in the last 2 years. We were all in COVID, and if we were all working, if you didn't have Wi-Fi, I don't know how you were working. So that's called regimentalization. So the number of Wi-Fis increase in the ecosystem, hence the usage of connected TV. Mean broadband speeds, this is Ookla, increased by 20.5%. 5G revolution is on the cards, everybody's talking about it. Growth of smart TV sales increased by 93%. The total number of TVs sold in Q3 2022 was all smart TVs. Close to 93% of them are smart TVs. I don't know what were the other 7. I don't know when was the last time we all saw a box TV. Probably in an ad somewhere. But devices that are accessible to make your TV into a smart TV are less than 3,000 rupees. You can also just click a button on Flipkart, Amazon, any of these sites, get your TV installed the next day. And these are probably all these factors. And there are close to 45 plus OTT channels today. That means the availability of content, that you want to probably watch and at a price point that you want to watch is quite accessible. Hence, marketers need to take notice. Like I said, it's small, but it surely packs a punch. We have limited time, and I think a couple of questions that I would like to ask at least this marketing panel is, what do you think when you think of creating and measuring impact? Just a broad question. And when you look at combining the force of offline and digital, where do you really feel, and I think we live in an era today where some of the brands are digital first. They never went on TV at all. And they are fairly large recognizable brands because the consumer, India has got 700 million internet users. So probably we have a very high internet penetration. And I think smartphone is not really a tier 1, tier 2 phenomena. Everybody has a smartphone. If you go to the smallest village, they have a smartphone. The success of TikTok was, obviously in India, was a big testament of that. They did 210 million monthly active users in 1 year, what probably a lot of brands could not. And this is pure smartphone penetration. How are you guys looking at your media plans? And Shilpa, you can go first.
I wanted to share a quick anecdote, just as an illustrative example. I have a father who's 88. What he looks forward to in an average week is going to the bank. Because for him, it's a day away from home and it's a day to meet a lot of people because he doesn't get to do that otherwise. He loves to go to the bank and get his passbook updated or get a request for a checkbook. I have been a banker all my life. And whenever there was this huge temptation to digitize everything, I was always guided by this principle. For people of that age group, going to the bank is something to look forward to. that part of the ecosystem must continue to remain the way it is. There is no reason to change that. There is the other end of the spectrum who wants everything on the digital format. So I have a son who's 19 who tells me, why should we have to choose between this or that? Can it not be this and that? That's true for advertisers too. Why do I need to choose between this or that? Why are there trade-offs? Depending on who I'm servicing or who I'm serving, if I'm serving an 80-year-old, maybe the choice may still be traditional television. If I'm talking to an audience of today who is so hard-pressed for time, and time is a function of priority, I may choose more new age mediums to be able to make some semblance of what they want. So I think it's a good mix of what works, keeping in mind who we want to serve. If a significant chunk of your primary audience is glued to one format, that will necessarily mean higher weightage in your media plan. The long tail may still continue, but in my mind, both will happily coexist.
Anyone else? Puneet, Samir, Anya?
Yeah, I mean, it's the audience we go for and not a particular medium. And each medium has its own limitations. Like my 80% of the audience, if I'm looking at, is only the, the domestic or the international travels. We have a huge presence in an airport. But just being at the airport never gave us the kind of sales which we saw now because of our holistic campaign. Like we achieved 25% of our yearly business sale in just 1 month, So because we had a holistic presence on TV, connected TV, airport, cinema and everything. So, and each medium like a cinema can give you like a huge impact, while digital can give you like really the eye view of detailing, and TV can give you the reach, or airport can give you both engagement, impact and reach. So each medium has its own advantage, and one should use it from the customer or audience point of view and take that call.
Yeah, what is relevant for my consumer, yeah, basically. At the end of the day, what is it that my consumer is consuming? And if I want to reach that, what is the optimal way of doing that?
Samir, Puneet, any POVs measuring impact and chaining scale?
See, not so much about impact, but definitely about scale. I think the last 2 minutes, the panel has spoken about, it's mostly about the audience that you go for, etc. I come from a brand where the consumer, the average buyer tends to be slightly older versus, let's say, the average age of buyers for a lot of digital first brands. So if, let's say, for example, you're targeting 16 to 25-year-olds, you're targeting the so-called youth or now Gen Z, it is maybe all right and adequate for you to stick to digital alone, at least till a certain amount of scale. But if you're already, you're also catering to a lot of mature audiences in the mix, you have to go on television. It is still the single largest reach medium in the country. And, I'd make a last point about, we've spoken about, the growth of connected TV, etc. It is bound to grow. We cannot stop it. It is on a growth trajectory and it will continue to grow. The numbers may be debated upon, okay, it will reach this milestone in a year, in 2 years, etc. But it's growing and it's an established fact. And at some point in time, I can't put a number of years to that, but it will possibly be close to as big as television also in India. But I think in terms of advertiser interest, I see fundamentally 2 ways, advertiser interest on CTV growing. Like I initially pointed out, a lot of flab in the linear TV media plan is being cut, will get cut, and that money will be flowed to CTV. And B, also, I think earlier when people used to plan digital video campaigns, they used to start with planning for mobile first, deploying monies there, and then whatever's left over, they might just add some bit of connected TVs. Ki acha, token ke liye 10% bhi dal do. Innovation to zyada nahi ho raha hai, to be honest, but yeah, it used to have a token presence in the digital video media plan. I think that's changing. And what we have been doing, and I see going forward a lot of people will also start doing that, is that particularly in the digital video space, As an advertiser, we start deploying monies on connected TVs first, and then whatever is left in the kitty, we then think of what we can do on the mobile device, because we know that even within the digital space, while the audience may or may not be somewhat the same, they react very differently to a message coming from a big screen. It is a sound that fills the entire room. And there's a lot of co-viewing happening also, right? And when you are sitting with other people of your family, let's say having dinner and watching something, you do have conversations about it. The recall is far higher. On mobile, it is very easy for you to sort of switch off mentally, but it's not extremely very easy. The sound is filling up the entire room. So yeah, I see within the digital space also, connected TV competing increasingly with the mobile device also for the share of monies.
We're running out of time, so I think I'll just wrap it up. I think we have one last thing that I wanted to do, and it's called the rapid fire round. Obviously, I'm not going to do it as good as the man who does it really well. And I don't think E4M is having those fancy hampers, but you'll have to just live with it. I'm going to go with you, and these questions are out of syllabus, so I'll probably put you in a spot. Future of your network's revenues 5 years down the line. Offline, advertising revenues, or online?
Very robust.
Sorry?
Very robust.
Okay. Shilpa, where did you see India versus New Zealand, where Shubman Gill scored 200 on an CTV or the Star Sports channel?
Always CTV.
Always CTV. Interesting answers. People will make notes. Puneet, Chat GPT replacing marketing creativity, or it's just a fad which we just should ignore right now?
Too early to comment, but I would say should be supportive.
Okay. Pradnya?
All mediums will coexist, all platforms will coexist. You said mobile first, it is still very much important, you know. So you can't have CTV money going to mobile first or mobile first money going to the CTV. Each has a different objective, so all will coexist. It'll become an advertiser's jobs really very difficult.
Fantastic, very rapid. Last, Samir, you can't skip it. You're a part of the panel. So everybody is talking about global recession. Are they seeing going to be marketing budget cuts this year for Policy Bazaar? It's going to be the usual.
So especially for the period that we are in, this is Q4 of the financial year. This is the time a lot of people buy insurance. We're being very, very aggressive with our marketing, and we are seeing very, very positive consumer response also. Thankfully, these are positive signs also for the economy. So let's hope this continues.
Hope people are taking notes. Man to connect after this meeting. That's us. I think we are up by 5 minutes, but thank you. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to reach out after the panel or connect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. After that great conversation, ladies and gentlemen, it has to be a warmer round of applause for all our panelists. Thank you so much. Nikhil, thank you so much for moderating. On that note, if I may have the honor of re-inviting the Chief Revenue Officer of Times Network, Mr. Gaurav Dhawan, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitations. Could we have the felicitations done, please? Mr. Dhawan? With every conversation, rekindling our knowledge, sharing their expertise. It's all happening at the E4M TV First conference right here at Mumbai. Thank you once again to all our panelists, Puneet, Pradnya, Samir, Shilpa, Anuj, Nikhil. If I may request all our esteemed panelists to step forward. Yes, please let the conversations continue. But just to step forward for a group photograph, making it easier for our photographers to get that perfect moment. Our final panel discussion for the day of the E4M TV First conference right here in Mumbai. Thank you so much. And once again, a big, big thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, firstly, My humble gratitude to all of you. You've been a fabulous audience. With that, we request you to please re-register. It's going to be time for the Prime Time Awards. Let's get ourselves in our prime appearance, our prime state of mind, and our prime state of joy. Let's resume back for the awards. We request you to step out, re-register, and join us back. Thank you.
Exchange for media. The latest news of the advertising industry in India. The exchange for media group set up in 2000 is the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising in India. Domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry.